Suerte, al saber le llaman suerte, chiquitín. Pero no calle. ¿En qué andas?
Where should they go? Here? No, let's have a look. A bit closer, please.
Oh.
Okay, and one maybe sit down. One from you.
Take a seat.
Okay. Trophy, yeah. Wait for the trophy, please.
A me la da accendere la foto.
Okay. Background, please. A bit closer. Trošku bližšie. Ešte. Okay, and also you. Teba by som mohol trošku Okay. Very good. So guys, look here please. 3, 2, 1, and smile. Hey.
Welcome to the world famous card casino in Bratislava for the Bratislava Poker Festival 2024. A jam-packed schedule of events means lots of final tables for your viewing pleasure this week, starting with this evening's Mystery Bounty. €500 buy-in with a 100k guarantee. My name is David Lappin and I will be with you as we crown our first TV table champion of the festival.
Just need your mobile devices. Mine? Yes. Everyone. It's shut down, so.
Well, 3 Slovakian locals and 2 Viennese almost locals will battle it out tonight for the lion's share of this 100k prize pool, roughly half of which was taken out for mystery bounties. Italy, Spain, Greece and Hungary are also represented. I'll go through the players in just one moment, but first I want to let you guys know that 2 of the 10k bounties are still up for grabs, so that will play quite a big part in the calculations that these 9 players will have to make as they navigate their way through the final table. I also want to let you know that elsewhere, the €700 main event at 1B is already underway with 1C starting shortly here in the card casino. 82 players are in the mix for 1B and 11 of the 40 entrants progressed from 1A. Let's take it down to the table now as these players get ready to battle it out.
So guys, let me welcome you to the final table.
Always a fun variant, the mystery bounty.
2 top bounties. Okay.
Adds a nice little twist to a festival.
Everyone get the ticket also for the
A little bit of extra gamble, a little bit of extra variance.
250k guarantee.
Injection of the lottery element
200? 700 you mean?
for these guys.
We want 700.
200 points.
And the fact that there are 2 10Ks still in play here does change things quite a bit. It will mean a bit of bish bash bosh, I think, in the early going, as these guys won't want to sit back and let other people knock out each other. They'll want to be in there trying to get those knockouts and that 10k, or indeed those 2 10k bounties. In seat 1 we have Christoph Hillinger of Austria. He has 340k. Martin Ilavsky from Slovakia is in seat 2 with 565k. Federico Biledo of Italy is our short stack with 140k. Blinds are 10-20 right now, so that's 7 big blinds. Yelpina Raz from Austria has 340k in seat 4. In seat 5, Daniel Kolitsar, chip leader here from Hungary, 1.135 million. Matej Makajak from Slovakia, 595k in seat 6. Tibor Balas in seat 7 with 655k. Vangelis Kaimakimis of Greece, 950k in seat 8, and rounding things off, Carlos Martin Amaro, 1.07 million. The Spaniard is in seat 9 as we get underway. Again, don't be surprised if we see a little bit of loose craziness here in the early going. Short stack will be keen to spin it up here and be eligible for bounties. Big stacks will be looking to claim bounties right away. As we see it, full round to a battle of the blinds here. Balaz's going to 2.5x and get a call here from Kaimakamas. 957. A little bit of something for everyone here. Gutter and an overcard here for Balaz. Probably going to fire a c-bet. Kaimakamas going to, I assume, hang on here with bottom pair. Not easy here. Obviously, also got the backdoor to the bad straight. But has to get sticky here with any pair, one would assume. Jack on the turn, so improving to a double gutter here is Balaz. Still got the overcard working as well. Excellent card for him to continue his story. Apply a bit of pressure with maybe a sizing up sort of bet here. I'd love to see something in the region of maybe 65%. Really put pressure on the 5x and 7x in Kaimakamas' range. Goes for half pot, so that will still test out the 5x and maybe some of the 7x that don't have any draws. Don't think we can hang on here as Kaimakamas, to be honest. It would be a bit sticky. And indeed, he lets it go. So nicely played there, it's got to be said, for both players. The right amount of stickiness from the Greek, while Balaz recognising a great card to continue his story.
That's the point. I don't want you to count it.
We're bringing you lots of action here from the Slovakian capital over the next few days. Final tables galore at this festival.
Appreciate if you put it in towers of 20. It's not a must.
Such a hotbed of poker these days, Bratislava. Wonderful city. Great poker destination.
I think I was told twice.
Under the gun here with Hillinger, going to pass the King 10. Action folding round. To Belado, +2, who's looking down at the ladies here. Can't really play it any other way, so in it goes. Going to get called fairly light here. Remember, bounty on the line. Certainly late position players with some Broadway cards will be very tempted. There's one of them in the cutoff. Magic Jack is going to isolate, try and knock out the player, claim that bounty. A little unlucky to be a dog here with the Ace Jack. But 10k bounties in play. Can Magic Jack find an ace? No, he can't. And actually, switched round a little bit. Instead of 3 aces, he's now got 2 queens and 2 jacks to aim for. Ace will make a straight for Belado, but it's not over yet. It is now. Double up for the shorty, who is back up to a much healthier 16 or 17 big blinds now, while Magic Jack falls back down to around about the 21-22 big blind zone. These 2 big 10k bounties, quite a substantial portion of the remaining prize pool these guys are playing for. Obviously, first place is one of the main objectives, but getting those 2 bounties is a rather huge component here. Uledo unlikely to be tempted here with the Jack 9 suited in early position. Does let it go. Action quickly folding round. To the button. Kamakamas will release the 6-5-0 and allow for another battle of the blinds here as we see it go all in and looks like a snap call.
I am
Amaro
so sorry for the trade, bro.
has jammed into Hillinger, who woke up with the King Queen,
Look at the trade.
has made the call, and it looks like he is dominating Martin Amaro's King 3 now. Nothing wrong with the shove there in late position. 16 lines a second. Again,
Take a
bounty
look
in
at the
play.
tray of clubs.
This is how you wield your big stack, but great spot now for
There it is. It's coming.
Hillinger to double up and really get into the mix now.
Bro. It's gonna be so sick. So sick, bro.
There are some opportunities here.
Oh, yeah. We're in a 10 for a split. I want to win a trade.
And it will be a double up for Hillinger. Amaro, was our second place stack, is now going to be
320.
back sort of mid-pack, covering some but not all of the players left on this final table. Sigh of relief there for Hillinger of Austria. That double up, very useful for both his chances of winning this one and the fact that he will now be able to take at least 3 of the bounties, maybe 4, this final table. Very important in mystery bounties, that extra factor. You just want to be always watchful of who you cover, who covers you. That should be sort of how you have your antennae up, always getting counts of stacks around you, trying to figure out when that bounty is in play versus whom is it in play. Philo Raz, 17 bigs, might send it here. Indeed she does. And will get called, similar to that last spot with queens, with a lighter hand. There's an ace jack or an ace 10 or a king queen or something of that nature behind. She can get called by worse. These bounty hunters. Even the jack 10 is tempted here in the big blind. Just let it go though, and Raz picks up a round of blinds and antes. Back to 20 bigs. So we haven't been short of action already, as predicted. Mystery bounty element adding to the high variance nature of this final table. I want to give a shout out to some of the Irish contingent I know are en route. Firstly, Ray Wheatley I know has already bagged a stack in the main event. He got through day 1A yesterday with a little over 100k. I know Dara O'Carney made the journey to the Slovakian capital this morning. He may already be in the room, in fact. And no doubt he has jumped straight into the mix, probably in 1C, which I think begins any moment. Plenty of other Irish making the journey. Hopefully we'll see some of them at the final tables as this week wears on. Actually, just noticed now, Christoph Hillinger, man who just doubled up with the King Queen, actually did bag up a stack last night, 120k. So he will progress to day 2 of our main. Good chance we see him again later in the week. As we see this little battle of the blinds play out here. Turn top pair now for Ilavsky. Probably gonna target some 6x, 5x that could still be out there. Biledo makes a tidy fold there. Not tempted by bottom pair, no kicker. Matcha Jack has a tempter here, +1. Might look to steal some blinds and antes. The kind of hand you can still get jiggy with, even off these relatively shallow stacks. It's got good blocker, it's suited for when called. And as we see there, perfect example, there is a nice amount of exploitation. The ace-9, a dominating hand, has to hit the muck in this spot once the open is deployed. On the other hand, pocket jacks, more than enough kit to engage with a 3-bet here, 115k from Kaimakamas. Looking to get Matcha Jack in here. Obviously happy to gamble with the Johnnies. For a bounty, remember. Now an interesting situation here for Biledo, who sitting on around about 15 bigs. Ace Queen decides it's good enough to go with the cold 4-bet here. No fold equity against the 3-better. Obviously the ace 4 suited shrivels up and will hit the muck at any moment. Kaimakamas won't be loving the fact that he's been cold 4-bet, but will be loving the fact that it's going to be a flip for a bounty. Well, interesting here that the Jack hasn't released quite yet. Does let it go in the end, and as predicted, we're off to the races here. Percentages displayed, factoring in some of the discards here. Biledo not in as good a shape as you might think. Not such good news here. Backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight possibility, but top set well in front for now. That will do it. Biledo has been eliminated in 9th place. Bounty on its way to Kaimakamas. We'll have to see if he draws that bounty right away or perhaps waits for the next break. There it is, the tombola, bingo style tombola. There we go, love it. Now pops the ball. And drum roll, please.
10 grand in there. And the other one is the 20. 4, 20 and 21. I dreamt
So
about that.
ball corresponds to an envelope.
I'm not
It's gonna be a 10.
Back he comes with said envelope.
And the other one
Let's
is
find out if it is one of those 10Ks. Oh, he's going to torture everybody by not looking. Oh, I love it.
yeah.
So for the moment, Sklansky dollars for Kaimakamas. Oh no, he's going to open it. Looks like it might be a 1k. 1k indeed. So the 10k is both still in play now. 25% chance of pulling one of those.
So I was mistaken. How come? I raise.
Looks like Martin Amaro may open things up here with the King 10.
More than me know, or how much you have?
Oh, but right behind Hillinger
This much.
with the Ace King. Certainly looking to 3-bet this one. In position here. Expect something around 3 times the open. And 3-bet he does. Fairly low down in the range here for Martin Amaro. Easily dominated. Doesn't have a suit. I think he's got to let this one go. Good discipline from the Spaniard. A fine open, but certainly not a hand that can tussle when met with resistance. Again, I want to give a shout out to the city of Bratislava. It has to be said, one of my personal favourite poker destinations. I have taken that journey many, many times. Wonderful old town, great restaurants, bars, lovely coffee shops. Beautiful atmosphere any time of the year. Great food, some nice hotels. Lots and lots of poker action all year round. We see Ilowski open things up here with the Ace Queen of Spades. Looks like a series of quick folds. Gotta say, already appreciating the speed of these players. No messing about here. Dealers are quick, players are quick. I think we're going to have plenty of hands here. It's not a super turbo structure by any means, but it's a fast enough structure. So great to see the players try and maximize as many hands as possible with this quick play. Some quick folds and we are already around to the cutoff. Lad's not tempted by the Queen 4. Colasar with a close one here. King 3 off on the button. Decides to let it go, and that leaves us with a battle of the blinds here. Queen 8 suited. 18 bigs. Likely comes with a limp. And that he does. Balaz could drop the hammer here with the King 10. 3 big blinds in there. It's a reasonable risk to reward with a hand such as King 10. I think we might see him stick it in here. Genuine consideration here. Obviously a hand that he doesn't mind taking a flop with either, but I have a feeling this one is going in. Maybe he finds just a normal raise. In fact, that is how he proceeds. And depending on the size, I feel like the Queen 8 suited might have to defend its honor. Raise was to 85k, 4 and a bit X, yeah, okay. Sort of does put Queen 8 suited in a bit of a tougher spot there. But it had been something more along the lines of 3.5x, I think we have to make the call. 4.5x, maybe not quite so much. On to the next hand we go. I think I caught a glimpse of George Sanford, player and commentator, at the front of shot there. I could be wrong. A very attractive ace queen now for Ilavsky. Early position. Going to open this one up. Quick folds, and we're round to the blinds. And looks like the big blind's sitting out, so that will just get the job done. Important to stay hydrated at the poker table. Not sure I'm going to walk away during my big blind hand though. So for any latecomers here, my name is David Lappin and I will be taking you through numerous final tables across this Bratislava Poker Festival 2024 here in the Card Casino in Bratislava. As we see Pilo Raz raise it up here off a stack of, I think, just 12 big blinds now, as the blinds have just gone up. Opening this King Queen. Gonna test out Martin Amaro here in the big blind, who defends with the ace-3 off. Tricky hand here, easily dominated by the opens off this stack. Oh, and they both flop a piece here. Raz way out in front though with top pair. Ace-3 of Amaro will shrivel up quite a bit now, facing the all-in. Would prefer to have seen Pilo Raz make a normal c-bet there, try and induce some action. Instead, sort of shuts the hand down right away. Obviously, denies equity in doing so, but I think when you flop as well as that, you can probably throw a little bit of rope out to your opponents. Regardless, she picks up a nice pot. Coming in as one of the shorter stacks. Trying to get herself into position to take bounties. Obviously laddering is great too, but these bounties are very tasty. Remember, 2 10k bounties still out there and available in that bingo tombola. We are down to 8 in the early going, and it must be said, no shortage of action here. As predicted, Mystery Bounty providing that little bit of extra looseness and extra equity in every pot. That's driving the action here. If those 2 10Ks were to go next, I think we would see this final table revert much more to the norm. The remaining bounties wouldn't be significant enough to alter the strategy hugely. But right now, with these 2 10Ks in play, it does behoove these players to get frisky, and no better hand to get frisky with than these queens. Throwing out an all-in bet over the top of the ace-2 of hearts open here. Amaro deciding not to 3-bet the queens. and just sticking it in there. I think I prefer a 3-bet. I think you can construct a nice 3-bet range there with some blocker hands and some premiums. You can polarize yourself for sure. But you want to probably be 7xing there out of the small, something like that with those stacks, rather than just sticking it in. In a sense, you're really trying to induce action. If you do have the goods, you want to give your opponent an opportunity, and he actually had the kind of hand, the suited wheel ace, that might have gone for the light 4-bet. Sort of deprive him of that option and take away your chances of getting the bounty in a dominating position. So we see now, next hand already, Balaz, I think he's opened it up here in the hijack with the ace-5 off, gets the fold right behind from the a7 and the a6, so nice bit of exploitation here with this mid-position open. Hillinger now with a good disciplined fold there with the 10-8 suited. A lesser player would be tempted to just flick it in for a slightly discounted price with a hand such as that. I think if you're very deep, that certainly comes into the equation, but at these shallower stack depths, I like to fold. And all the aces are out, so we definitely aren't going to see an ace on this board now. Ilavsky also with an ace, the ace-6 out here. So we saw an a6 and an a7 folded in between. Very likely then that this hand just ends up being a first person to put chips in the pot wins, and indeed with the betting lead, Balaz just fires out a small c-bet and gets the job done. Just a quick reminder of what is to come in this festival. We have a lot in store, it must be said. Tournaments, cash games running around the clock, but €700 main event, 500k guarantee, definitely the crown jewel. There's also a Omaha event, 1650, and lots and lots of smaller stuff and turbos. There's a high roller as well later in the week, as we see Balaz get jiggy here with the Djangos, as I like to call them, the pocket kings, facing an under the gun open from pocket 3s here, which is a spicy little open, it must be said. Often you see these small pairs folded on tables with this many shallower stacks. As played though, Balaz has the opportunity to 3-bet. He takes it here with a very nicely sized 3 times the open. Action round to Hillinger now, who has a fairly easy decision. Those ace-jack suiteds do shrivel up in the face of a early position open and 3-bet. And not going to set mine here. Kulitsar chucks the hand away. The reason I'm not a huge fan of those small pairs opening up there is there's just so many stacks behind that are going to re-shove. Can't really face any further aggression. You can't set mine to the 3-bet. So they don't even have blocker potential. They're not blocking the kinds of hands that will go for those 3-bets, even those light ones. So it's just very vulnerable. I think you're probably better served to fold maybe all the way down to 5s, 5, 6. 6s becomes tempting, 7 certainly you're getting involved, but 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s I think you can let go with the stacks distributed as they are from early position. And here's one of those blocker hands, the ace-8 off now, gonna invest some chips very next hand. And pocket 7's behind here. Hillinger going to make the call.
It's fucked up.
Medium pairs are always tricky enough to navigate. You'd love to flop a set with them, but you can't give up on all boards either. Probably some boards where you've got to get appropriately sticky. These two guys getting involved. Lays a very good price for Kolitzar to complete here in the big blind with the King 10. And everybody whiffs. Pocket sevens. This is one of those boards where you're feeling kind of good about your sevens and probably should be firing out a c-bet of some description, but does decide to check in position, and I think if it checks around one more time, definitely has to protect these sevens a little bit. I would love to see an equity denier, something in the region of a third. I think that will get the job done a lot. However, possibly seizing on an opportunity here, and Camus is going to fire out a bet. Call from Hillinger. And inconsequential enough, 9. Obviously the 7-8 draw got there, but that 7-8 draw I think we would have seen put chips in the pot on the flop. So I think just happy to knuckle this one back is Hillinger, hoping his opponent doesn't have pocket 8s or pocket 10s. Instead, he's just going for maybe his own equity denier there, trying to clean up equity against some king queens, maybe even get an ace 9 or ace 10 to fold on the turn. In the end, pocket 7s just take down a nice little pot. And Hillinger, the big mover so far, obviously got that double up with king queen against king 3 right out of the gate, has now won another significant enough pot and is thereabouts with the chip leaders now. I think we've got 4 stacks around about the million mark. Suited ace now for Balaz under the gun. Definitely can consider an open in this spot. I think passing this is not terrible, but certainly an openable one. Does let it go. Ace jack off. I think we will see an open from Kaimakamas here. Indeed we do. Oh, and Hillinger with another tempting proposition here now in the form of king queen O. Often a mix, the king queen, between call and raise. I think I like a raise on balance, if I'm honest. I think probably raising the offsuit variety and maybe flatting the suited variety is a nicer way to proceed, and that's exactly what he does here. Credit to Hillinger, recognizing the excellent blockers that king queen provides. You do want to take the betting lead with this one, and obviously if called, don't mind taking it to a flop. Kamakamas does flick in the 85k more, and with a pot of 330k we go to the flop. 8-5-3, 2 clubs, ace of clubs in Kaimakamas' hand. So he's got 2 backdoors working there. He's got backdoor wheel and flush draw potential to go with his 2 overs, but the betting lead is powerful, and Hillinger almost certainly going to fire out something in the region of maybe half pot here on this texture. Will put pressure on quite a few hands. Goes for 1/3 sizing in the 8-5-3. Not sure that will get the job done here. You'd probably like to see Kaimakamas, particularly with that ace of clubs in hand, take another card off. Your hand can be good. It's a weird one. Your equity's in a few different places there. Your ace high can be good. You've got some very good backdoors. Your overs are likely to be good if you hit them, although an ace maybe puts you in a sort of a 1 street situation or a murky enough spot. In the end, does decide to let it go, preserving those chips for another day, another battle. Beauty of having that ace of clubs in hand as well, with some really nice bluffing potential too. in later streets. As we see another open from another ace jack in the hand of Kaimakamas. Happy to flick in the call here, so under the gun versus big blind. 6-6 deuce, about as dry as you can get. Small bet here from Kaimakamas should do the trick. And you would expect to see a very small bet on this texture. I think you can get away with one big blind. You might go 1.5 bigs, something of that nature. Maybe 35k. Water pot usually quite nice. Does electrify 40k, and that should be hand done here. Balaz really not with the right sort of hand to fight back.
Me, I have to. Yeah.
Somewhat interesting opening to this final table, just in the sense that stacks are kind of converging on one another. The shorter stacks, with the exception of the one bust out of course, have made some ground, and some of the bigger stacks at the start of this final table have been pulled back somewhat. To create a slightly cagier environment for these players. This octet battle it out for first prize, but also those two all-important 10k bounties. Pocket tens now for the Ascendant Hillager, who's had a very, very good start to this final table. Came in maybe third shortest, now chip leader. Pocket tens more than enough kit here under the gun. Action has folded around to the blinds now. Oh, and look at this, Amaro with the pocket kings. I think we have a big clash on our hands. He had the queens a moment ago and just sent it against the late position open. Interesting, will he find a non-all-in sizing here, as I think he should with these kings. Yeah, does find a raise to I think 165. And tricky spot now for Hillinger. Remember, not going to be seeing a lot of raises coming from the player in the big blind versus an under the gun open, so this is likely legit. He's going to send it and get the bad news. A big clash there, obviously hoping for overcards to have a flip for the chance of one of those big bounties.
Thank you.
Instead, he's on the wrong side of this one, and should Martin Amaro's kings hold up here, he will be our new chip leader. 5 cards come before we can make any conclusive comments. So far so good for Amaro and his Django's. Keep it clean dealer will be the inner monologue right now, as Hillinger has undone all his good work from the early phase of this final table now pretty much back where he started, around 20 big blinds. On the flip side of that coin, Martin Amaro now with the Django's. Big hole, 1.4 million, and a big chip lead suddenly emerging from the pack. Wasn't one of our big stacks, but now is our very biggest, covering absolutely everybody. Perhaps learning from that hand just a moment ago when he had the queens and just sent it against the late position open for not too dissimilar stack. This time decides, no, there's definitely reason to keep our opponent interested here. Let's throw out the 3-bet, try and induce, and induce he did. The perfect outcome. Gets the double up and now covers the other 7 players, so licking his chops at the prospect of some bounty pulling in the near future. Raz now with the very shovable pocket 7s here in mid position, playing sub 15. Gonna just go for the open though, slightly large open, 2.4x, figuring to get an honest read from opponents here with this sizing. Does pick up Hillinger in the big blind, who does cover, so is bounty hunting right now. Big swing and a miss here, whiffs the king 4 deuce board. Should see the end of this one. Pocket 7s, obviously not loving the side of that king, but actually on balance seeing 1 overcard, a pretty good outcome when you open up those 7s and get called.
I'm pretty sure you don't play king.
Nice c-bet and take down
Just kidding.
Miss Pilo Raz.
I'm just kidding, bro.
It's a small point here, but interesting already to note that in the spot where she flopped top pair, she just sent it for 3 times pot, maybe 4 times pot, whatever it was. And now in this situation with the 7s facing 1 overcard, goes for the probing size. I wonder if anyone's able to pick up on that. Obviously we are on a time delay here, but eventually these guys will have access to the whole cards, or maybe have friends on the rail when next they go on break, might fill them in on what's been taking place. It's definitely something to note. And ladies now for Hillinger, who seems destined to get involved in more than his fair share of pots. Deck has been delivering cards that he must play, and he's just going to limp in, set the trap with the queens, knowing that playing just 14 big blinds, his opponents may go for some loose shoves here, figuring that if they get called, they are bounty hunting. Good discipline though from Ilavsky. Doesn't take the bait with the king 2 suited, a hand that absolutely could have sent it in that spot. And now, a bit of a disaster board, the 5-4-3 for the queens. Can't be loving life looking down at those baby connected cards. Ilavsky decides to take a stab there with the open ender. Hillinger just in check call mode right now, looking to induce bluffs, looking to get value bet, B players to value bet thinner. Interesting now whether he checks it one more time, hopes that the 5 bets and can come with the raise. Also encourages some bluffs. We see here the king deuce does decide to turn their hand into a bluff. Trying to get ace high to fold, I think here. That's the objective. I'm not sure it would work for this sizing. Not actually sure I love this size of bet. I assume we're going to see a raise here from Hillinger to target the 5x. I would absolutely have played it this way. I think we're going to see a bet of around about 200k here. And it would put 5s in a pretty tough spot. Doesn't put King Deuce in a tough spot though. Induce that little bet out of it. I like the check on the river. Nicely played actually from Hillinger. Deft little pot. Sometimes you limp in there looking to trap and then your opponent checks back and you get a bad board and you think to yourself, oh no. But actually you just have to steady yourself, play the texture, try to catch some bluffs, maybe get one or two streets, and that's exactly what he did. So we're coming up to the hour mark now. This final table. These guys battling away. I'm afraid Railbird's not welcome. Dealer marshalling her space well there, just explaining with the right amount of politeness and firmness. As, no sir, you cannot stand here. At the final table, wildcards are in the air.
Okay.
Marrow opens things up here in the cut-off. He'll raise and take it, gets it through.
Remember, right?
Queen 10
Keep it
suited.
in mind.
I mentioned a little earlier on Dara O'Carney, who has already touched down in Bratislava, and I would put good money is already in day 1C, which started about 20 minutes ago. Dara will be looking to build a stack in one of these day 1 flights. He is, of course, not just my podcast host, co-host on the chip race, fellow Unibet ambassador, but he's also the author of 25 books at this stage with his co-author Barry Carter. Dara and Barry brought out the Bible of satellites, poker satellite strategy, about 6 or so years ago, and have been churning out the books ever since, one of which is on mystery bounties. So if this format is something that takes your fancy, there is a little bit of extra strategy to consider. This format, while maybe a bit of a novelty, bit of a sideshow, I think we do see at least one at every festival these days, sometimes two. And while it does mean a ramping up of the luck factor and a bit of lotterification of what we do, that doesn't mean that there is no skill. There are different skills being tested. A lot of mathematical skills being tested actually, as you try to have a constant assertion of what is the average bounty. Obviously you want to pluck one of those big ones, but you gotta just consider the average bounty and what is that worth in terms of starting stacks, in terms of chips, and then pretend that those chips are in every pot you play when you're eligible for a bounty, because that's kind of what's happening. Consequence will be some lighter call-offs, but in this hand we're not seeing anyone get too loosey-goosey. Two very legit hands, ace queen suited for Martin Amaro, who is bounty hunting Balaz with the jacks, and so far so good for the jacks. Amaro looking for an ace or a queen. Now looking for a jack or an ace. Queen no longer good.
One time.
The request for one time denied, sir, as we see another flip-flop of stacks. Martin Amaro was our chip leader. But this 1.8 million pot is going the way of Balaz, our new chip leader, Amaro dragged back into the pack. The way he dragged Hillinger back into the pack just a moment ago. Balaz in an amazing spot now, covering everybody by maybe double. That was a big ICM moment for both players, but mostly for Balaz, who is one of the bigger stacks and suddenly at risk against the biggest stack. Devastating situation if you bust an 8 for him. But again, hunting for those bounties, you do want to play that little bit extra aggressive, targeting them, as we see now 73 big blinds, easily covering everyone at the table. Colasar and Kamikamis in the 30 zone, and then everybody else around 20 bigs or less. This is a really good spot now for Balaz, having been brave in that key moment there. He's going to reap the rewards with a lot of plus EV situations on the horizon. A lot of opportunities to take scalps. Kamikamis should probably proceed with a cheeky open here with the ace-10. Looks like he's let it go. Well, wise in the end. Hillinger woke up with the 10s behind, just sends it for 19 bigs. A few shorter stacks behind, obviously worried about being put in a horrible ICM situation by one of the bigger stacks. Besides, would rather just send the 10s in, take his chances that there isn't jacks plus out there. We see a hand you might ordinarily like to induce, but with the high ICM situation these guys find themselves, decides to just shut it down right away. So I don't hate it at all. There's a lot of logic to that.
Yeah, but with the bounty you have to go for it.
Yeah, you have to. You cannot
Yeah.
do anything else.
Yeah.
But it's crazy how it's different between having everything and nothing.
Yeah.
That's why mystery is for teachers.
Probably never play mystery again. I don't like because you like.
Okay, I've checked this.
There's no
Maybe I go
mystery
for it.
then.
All the way around with Pino Raz here,
Yeah.
who looks to be opening things up with the
Because normally
ace blocker.
when you fold, the ace queen on the spot.
Yeah.
But
Looks like
Like get
someone has
easy.
woken up right behind. Match Jack looks down at the jacks and actually laying quite a good price here to this ace-6. Somewhat annoying spot. 7 deuce of Balaz, licking his chops, wondering if he'd like to take a shot for a bounty here versus a player who is sub 10 bigs. I don't think this is the situation. A6 though, it's being laid a rather nice price, 180k to win a pot of 540, so exactly 2 to 1, needs 33%, will often have around about 28-29 with the A6, even in a bad situation. You got to then wonder to yourself, could this be King Queen or King Jack sometimes? And if it is, then it becomes very close. In the end though, makes the good fold with A6.
You never.
After Jack, up to 360k now. Peter Raz down to 335k, so
It's
I
not.
don't mind, I'm a
It's
gambler.
not first. I was like,
still stack ninjing required from a few of these players.
and I was
The last half an hour.
I would just go with 2 racks.
I think.
Shove after my head.
High spirits at this final table. It's great to see 193 players their seats at the start of this one. Whittled down to these 8 now. We've all got a nice payday, but again, thing I want to emphasize is mystery bounty factor. The only mystery bounty taken at this final table so far picked up a 1k. Not too bad, of course, a 1k. There are two 10ks still in play. Balaz gonna 2.4x it here with the ace 8 in the small. Kamikamis comes along with the 5-3-0, so not much of a folding range. What a flop though. 9-5-5 trips for Kamikamis. Balaz gonna fire out a c-bet here. 8 of clubs working in a interesting sort of way in his hand right now, providing backdoor flush and straight possibilities. Still got that overcard. Much more likely to be up against a 9 than a 5 here, although we see it is a 5. Balaz does pick up a gutter. And comes to breaks. Definitely want to see more chips going in here for Kamikamis. Will be conscious that his opponent has a lot of gives up, but also could have real hands too. Nine X would certainly proceed in this way. Big pairs would certainly proceed in this way, so there is plenty of target hands. Tricky now for Balaz, who decides he could have been floated in a decent amount of worlds. Obviously, flush draw possible. Nice bit of showdown now for Balaz. Interesting to see when he go for blocker or check. Decides on the ladder, and he's going to face a bet here. Even though there's a 4-liner with the 7 possible, there's still plenty of hands to target. Over pairs, 9x. We want to still find a bet size, probably not a large one, maybe something in the region of 1/3, just to really make life tough for the over pairs and for the sort of king 9s of this world. A very quick call of the 115k. Love the sizing from Kamikamis. Really beautifully played hand to extract the max there from Balaz. You can certainly understand why Balaz was sticky. Really did get milked in that spot. Kamikamis really finding some lovely bet sizes. In that node. Very nicely played hand. Squeezes out that extra value bet. So huge, really, when you think about it. So many players would just see the 4-liner, decide it was a bit too scary, spotless, just check it back. But Kamikamis was looking for those extra 4.5 bigs, just getting greedy, sizing it just right. Really well played. Ilavsky now with 18 bigs and pocket 7s +1. Plenty of players to act behind. Probably just going to come with an open. This is the kind of spot I wouldn't mind seeing a hand like 5s fold. I think once we get to the 6s and 7s, it becomes pretty tempting. Does just send us. So we'll exploit some hands that would flip against. Ace Jack being one of them. But unlikely to get even pocket 8s to fold. 9 certainly wouldn't, so interesting decision to just send this one for 18 bigs. We'll get the job done though. Martin Amaro, with just a moment's pause, releases the ace-5 off. for any latecomers. Welcome to the world famous card casino in Bratislava for the Bratislava Poker Festival 2024. My name is David Lappin and I'll be taking you through this final table and many other final tables on what is sure to be an engrossing week of poker here in the Slovakian capital. On your screen right now is the €500 buy-in mystery bounty 100k guarantee. 193 entrants have been whittled down to 8 players who are in pursuit of the top prize, but also crucially in pursuit of not one but 2 10k bounties still on offer, as we see a likely collision here. The 9's opening, Master Jack sending the ace-king suited, and Ilowski getting a great price to make the call. I don't see this folding in any world. We are off to the races for a bounty if your name is Ilowski. So far, so good for the pocket 9s. Master Jack with 1 foot out the door. Well, a glimmer of light as that door remains ajar for now. An ace, a king, and now a deuce for a wheel. A 7 is no good. We say goodbye to Master Jack, who has been eliminated in 8th position. Going to get a friendly handshake fist bump from victorious opponent, who now gets to bring a little bounty card over to our bingo drum. Draw for one of those bingo balls, which corresponds to an envelope on the table just over his left shoulder, as you see it here. Inside one of the 8 remaining envelopes, inside 2 of the 8 remaining envelopes, is a 10k bounty. All the other bounties relatively small, somewhat insignificant by comparison. Over he goes. Looks like we are going to have a little momentary break in play every time somebody does this.
Yeah, no.
Obviously it changes the maths of everyone's situation here. If he does throw in the 10Ks, it changes quite a lot. Average bounty comes way down, and that will twist the ranges.
Congrats.
The guys have just got word that he has drawn. Let's get in there and see what have we got.
So this is coming here, right?
He got the 10k. He picked up one of the 10ks. Well, that makes a big difference here. The bounty pool has now been almost halved. Huge moment there, almost like winning first prize. Lovely spot. Holds it aloft. Semi-needle to his opponents. All the way around now, 2 Hillinger, small blind versus big blind. Hillinger, the short stack here. Blind has gone up, so 17 bigs now, effective. Looks like it's gone limp check. And we see an ace-king 6 board, so probably the kind of board Hillinger wants to stab at here. decides to check it and gets a quick check back. Certainly difficult for Ilavsky to represent much on this board. We do see a delay C bet here, but not quite sure of the turn yet. Looks like Ilavsky has made the call, so Ace King 6 and a 7 on the turn, so Ilavsky does pick up a very tasty 2 pair here. He's going to bet it now on the turn. Actually, he's going to bet it on the river. Sorry, we have had a slightly delayed action there. So 10 river, decides to explore value, pursue a thin bit of value here, 75k. And a little tricky now for Hillinger because the flush came in. So basically just beating 8-9, 4-5. Don't think a 6 turns itself into a bluff too often, so yeah, just beating the 8-9 got there as well, so really, sorry, the 8-5 and the 4-5, the only things I can really think of. Decides to get sticky regardless, and obviously gets you on the winner. Rueful smile. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Hard to put your opponent on too many bluffs. You know, some of the bluffs got there. Heavy bluffed flush draw and straight draw got there, so only 2 of the straight draws miss. Not saying he wouldn't bluff with those, he probably would, but there's a lot of value, particularly at that sizing. When he replays that one in his hands, he might realise he could have saved a bet. So, pitching the 8-6, 10-7 hits the muck, 8-4 suit is going to hit the muck, 8-3 off hits the muck. We're round to the button, King 9, much more playable, 13 bigs. He's going to send it, and no decision here for small blind. One assumes Ilavsky. Way too many chips. Obviously, they're all bounty hunting. This would be spicy. This would be very spicy. There's that behind as well. There's Raz who sends her rags into the muck, so crucial pickup there for Hillinger. You can see there has been joint most active alongside, well, half the table. But as made the biggest inroads, 825k. Basically all coming from that one big hand, jacks against ace queen. Hillinger, the most volatile, really spun up big from about 350k or so, all the way up to 1.4 million, but now back in the pack. 7 remain here in Bratislava. This is not the opening event, but it is our first televised final table. We had a little small opener already. At the festival. It's out here for Ilavsky. Open things up. Oh, he's going to actually come in for a limp here, so just looking to play a pot in position. 8-2 off, probably not tempting, even for this huge discount for Kilo. And in the big blind, looks like we have a check back. Queen 7. I'm virtually certain these graphics are wrong. Raz did fold, and it's the button who had limped in. Regardless, goes check back call. Sorry, check back fold. And we're already on to the next hand. Consolidating did have the best of it. In 7-3, but power of position there. Pilavsky with the dinky little limp on the button. Just uses position well.
Spieler ska wirklich 10k.
Ja?
Spieler ska wirklich 10k.
Ja.
Ja, so.
Tak co się rozstawić?
Jest gut.
No, la barca. Ah, que te dije anoche que iba a runear como un animal. Y no 300. Yeah, because I heard it, bro. Yeah, we're gonna work on the finish. Thanks.
Well, beer level now for the Spaniards. And why not?
Yeah, don't tell this motherfucker, come on.
Martin Amaro.
He's gonna keep it for life, you know?
One of our shorter stacks now, having briefly been chip leader.
They have no fucking
Two.
interview. And I, yeah, come on, now he's gone.
Spin that stack back up again,
And you will.
staying refreshed while doing so. Pilavsky now 1.1 million. He's going to open this up with the ace 10 of diamonds. Pilo desperate for a spot, sub 9 bigs now. Blinds going around to her any moment. Pullets are an interesting spot now, facing a hijack open. He's on the button with ace jack. Do you go for the 3-bet or do you go for the call? Call will keep in some aces you dominate. Ace jack, probably a tidier way to proceed. That is what he's decided upon. Clears out the blinds, and hard to fold this suited ace 10, it's got to be said. Even if you are up against a better hand, it's the kind of hand that flops in a somewhat pleasant fashion. Well, jack of diamonds interacting with the ace of 10 of diamonds here, but you see way behind the ace jack of Kolitsar, who took the aggressive approach and is likely to reap dividends and fire quite small in this texture. Jack 7 deuce 2 spades. I would expect to see it down bet around about the quarter pot mark, maybe slightly higher than quarter pot. 125, something in that region feels good. 100 also seems okay. Pretty pure situation to have the ace jack now. Goes for a larger sizing, goes for the 250 and doesn't really test out a lot of hands there. I guess 8s, 9s and 10s would be in a bit of a pickle to that size. They may have to hang on, but really just sort of
Service, prosím.
pinned his opponent's holdings to things like inferior jack X. Of course, are possible, but I would have preferred to see a slightly smaller c-bet there. Nice fold from Hillinger under the gun there with the ducks. That's sort of playing into what I was talking about earlier about the kind of hands that really don't work as opens anymore, these small pairs. That makes room for Pilaraz to stick it in here with the King Queen O from the hijack, and I assume big stack Pilaz with the King Queen suited would be very happy to get involved. Often going to have the right price. Remember, the chance of taking a big bounty as well, pretty massive in this situation.
Come on.
Average bounty right now probably around 2k, maybe a little over 2k. 110k still in the drum.
Only love. You need a lot of
Well, you got two chances
2K is
to free
about
roll.
4 starting stacks, so you can factor that into the calculations. In any case, I think King Queen may qualify anyway. A little bit of a free roll for Balaz here. Oh, hello.
red
Oh, not like this, says Pilo Raz. Not like this. Don't do it to me. Don't do it to me, dealer.
The only lady we got, and you wanna bust her. You wanna bust her.
Well, face card was
No, you left.
always going to be okay.
first card I saw is how long do we play?
Sigh of relief for Pilo Raz, who fades the free roll there. Balaz bounty hunting.
Yeah.
Still 7 players left here
Yeah.
in the Bratislava Poker Festival 2024 Mystery Bounty. A 100k guarantee, 10% of which is in an envelope on an adjacent table corresponding to 1 ball in the bingo ball drum behind these guys. That is still a very significant part of the prize pool, probably equal to first place money.
Come on in. Nice.
Amaro
Coming.
sends out the ace-9. He's going to get looked up by
Nine.
Hillinger here, who
Yeah,
just
that is
covers.
coming. It always
Blindy
comes.
blind. Amaro in trouble.
He's going to
But
come.
Queen
Take
is
a look
al-
at this.
But Queen is also coming.
Now, should Amaro spike this
Take a look
night,
at the
Hillinger
ship.
left with less than
Ship
1
it
big
to
blind.
Papa. Sorry for the 9.
Hillinger,
Boom.
the covering stack, and there is a
Can you
9.
hold that shit, please? Will you? Will you hold those shit? So far, so good. And a brick is coming. Give me a jack.
Well,
10.
dagger in the heart
Yeah.
for Hillinger here, who
For the
is
six.
in search of a queen. It's a 6, and they'll do a quick countdown.
What are you
Not
thinking,
sure
bro?
if
I gotta
Amaro
win
knows
this shit.
that he was covered, maybe hoping that the countdown is in his favor and he picks up a bounty right now. If our tally is correct, Hillinger will be left with a small blind virtually, and that could create some chaos as all these players
He said,
bounty hunt. In the next hand or two. In fact, he will be committed in the small, I think. We shall have to see. If our count is right, he's left with 20k, 15 of which will go in the small. So he could actually torture these guys, fold a small blind, keep 5k back, and play an entire round, maybe get a ladder. Not unreasonable to consider that, actually. His best chance of making some more money right now would be a ladder. Stranger things have happened in poker than someone spinning back from a stack such as that, but in reality, his best shots could be survival.
10%.
This is for the 9. For you and your girl.
Well, we shall have to see what he does. Again, if our calculations are right, 15 of his 20k committed right now. Well, wouldn't you dearly love to look down at a good one here? You know, Raz doesn't, but Kulitsar found something pretty tasty here. 1.1 million. He's just going to try and isolate. And that's the kind of spot that Hillinger would like. He loves getting isolated here because he can effectively quadruple up. Jack 10 just had the play taken away from him here. Kulitsar kind of got his chips in first, and that was what was crucial. So now, bounty hunting, Kulitsar, King Queen going up against the Queen 5 of Hillinger.
No, no, come
Hey.
here, come here.
No, don't jinx it for me.
Obviously, Hillinger getting the rather amazing 17 to 1 price here, so more than happy to get it in once that bit of isolation was provided. Sort of a situation where it benefits both players. Obviously, the shover wants to get rid of everyone else because he wants the bounty all to himself, and the short stack player wants all that dead money to remain dead and go up against one hand. Well, it's looking a bit bleak for Hillinger now on the 10-6-8. Just a hint of a backdoor here. Now it's a 5 or nothing. Are we down to 6 players here? We are. Pulitzer eliminates Hillinger in 6th place, picks up a bounty, which, if past is going to inform present, I think we're going to see the player step up and draw that bounty right away. Up he goes. Pressing the button. Round and round the bingo balls go in our tombola. And remember, each of these bingo balls corresponds to an envelope just 2 tables away, where he's off to.
That was my fucking mind.
I deserve that one.
And you fucking
And
know
one
that.
10k in play here, so big moment. If he draws the 10k, that virtually removes
How much?
the mystery bounty
500?
effect on this final table. There are a few mystery bounties left, but there won't be any significant ones, and none that I think would be altering your strategy significantly.
How many
If he draws one of the small ones, 10k remains in play, and it still is a pretty big factor. Well, a 1500 bounty, not too bad. I think that was the next biggest one after the 10ks. So, not too shabby to pick up that one.
like the cars?
But crucially for these 6 players now, there is a 10k bounty left in the drum. Balaz with a very openable Jack-9 suited here. I'd like to see him get busy with this one, and he does. Kamakaimus playing 1 million. The effective stack right now is just over 30 bigs. Flats. No, doesn't flat, sorry. 3 bets. Much prefer that with the King Queen offsuit. 3 bets to 200k. I like this. Look at this lurking behind Ilavsky. Finds the aces in the small. There is already 335k in the middle. Just decides to send it, hoping someone's got a real one. Maybe a 10s through kings or an ace king. In the end, it was a light 3 bet with the king queen, so everyone gets away. I'm not saying that's not a good outcome for Ilavsky, because there was plenty of chips in there to begin with. He obviously was hoping for the full double and a bounty, but still very nice to pick up 11 or 12 bigs risk free there. We see Ilavsky climb to 1.2 million, joining Kulitsar in 2nd place. Balaz still our chip leader, 1.4 million. Short stack Kilo Raz, 8 bigs now, and the big blind on the way round. 240k. She's going to make something happen soon. Kilo Raz just paid her big blind, so in the small blind this hand. Balaz first act, finds an ace, may open this. As chip leader, you can start to open pretty much any ace in this situation. Good job for him, he didn't though. Kaimakamis lurking behind with the ace king O. 60 in the middle. Looking to induce here. Would love some action with this premium. Oh, and he finds a victim in Kilo Raz. King Queen, plenty to go with here with just 8 bigs. You're going to dominate a decent amount of your opponent's opens. There's going to be some Queen 10, Queen Jack, King 10, King Jack, King Queen. But Ace King is a bad one to see. 8-8-7 is a particularly bad board. No backdoors. Queen and a queen only. Can she find a lady to save her tournament life here on the river? Or will we be down to 5? Five of clubs. Say goodbye to Pilo Raz, who, it must be said, laddered very well, played her short stack very well. Can't be at fault for King Queen Chuff there at the end. Definitely a hand that has to be sent into the middle at that stack depth. Another bounty though. Remember 10k. In one of the 6 remaining envelopes.
How much? 1,000 again. It's not that bad. It's the second best, right?
We said that he picked up a 1,000 bounty, so one of the smaller ones is gone. 10k still in the mix. And they were 5.
60.
Martin Amaro, well, he's ridden his luck here, the ace-9 cracking the ace-queen, would so easily have been out the door in 6th place. Instead, he's in relatively good shape here with 5 left, opening up the ace-5 into the small blind of Kolitzar, who makes the call with the 10-8 suited. This guy's playing a little bit deeper now, and the king-4 suited virtually certain to call as well, so 3 ways to a flop. The 10-8 suits are covered and smothered. Jack, deuce, everybody whiffs. Amaro with the ace-5 still in the lead. Does find the c-bet here of 1/3. Likely to get the job done against 2 pretty weak holdings. Nice pickup for Martin Amaro. He's now getting very close to the million mark. A threshold he already breached early on when I think 1.4 million was his high water mark after some fortuitous showdowns in the early going. Then that huge clash, ace queen and jacks going off the wrong side of that one, dragging him back into the pack. So on the comeback trail since, Martin Amaro, bit of a roller coaster for him.
60.
Final table. Looks down right away at the jacks. He does have a million chips again, confirmed there by our graphics. So openings up, fold around to the big blind. Suited 9-3. Really generally defending your suited cards in these spots, but 9-3 is almost as bad as you can have. If you are going to decide to edge pass at all, probably a nice fold.
He already fold. Oh, okay. Okay. How many cards? The same cards that you gave me. You think I'm pulling cards out or somewhere? Who knows? Come on, let's say so. I've never been accused of something like that. Yeah. So.
Interesting little interaction there with the dealer, who
Looking at me.
I'm not going to suggest has made any accusations, but certainly Amaro acting as if the suggestion has been made that he went out with chips. Tournament chips coming off the table, highly unusual and very unlikely to have taken place. Again, not entirely sure what the nature of that interaction was. So we see Balaz open up the 9-8 off from the button, and Kaimakamas with a very 3-bettable ace-8 off in the small actually lets it go in the end.
I am trying to fold
I
two
must
cards.
admit, I expected to see a raise to 230k there in a lot of worlds. Just let it go, and the dominated 9-8 just gets a raise and take it through. You wouldn't be passing too many ace-X in the small there to a button open. Short-handed now on this final table.
Two cards.
Blinds and antes 15-30 with a 30k big blind ante, 75k every 5 hands. The attrition rate's been relatively quick, already lost 4 players, so average stack's still pretty healthy, but mystery bounty factor still driving the action. Remember, 110k envelope worth roughly first prize money. Very tempting for these players to gamble it up ever so slightly. Kaimakamas pocket 7s qualifying in the cut-off. Oh, and Ilavsky with the ace-queen also qualifying. You see a big pot here, 3-bet certainly standard, and call would also be fairly standard. A little bit of small ball though from Ilavsky out of position, decides to just flash, play a strong hand under repped out of position. Got a gooder, 2 overs on this board. Kaimakamas looking at 3 over cards, very wet texture. Can't really look to put more chips into this pot. Top pair now for Ilavsky on the turn as it goes check. Obviously a 4-liner out there. Ilavsky deciding he'd rather make a bet than face one. So a probish 45k here for quarter pot, and again now facing not just 4 over cards but 5 cards that would beat him. You include the 4-liner, the 10 there. Not really a situation where he can continue. Nice execution of the probe there by ace queen, obviously wary of being bluffed. Didn't want to face a larger bet, decided, well, if I had a 10 I might bet this size, so maybe I bet this size, and it also somewhat protects my top pair. Might get some value, but at the same time sort of prevent someone getting ideas to bluff at me. Kaimakamas right away, King Jack offsuit. Right back up the horse here, King Jack. Kojak, Telly Savalas. Raising into a Dominated holding here, King 9, Balas. Mandatory to fend, you would assume. He's actually in a little bit of trouble in this spot, but King 9, way too much kit for one big more. And he's Queen 7, 2 clubs. King of Clubs in Balaz's hand is an interesting card right now. Soon we're going to see a small c-bet from Camus. Just betting range on a board such as this, Ace Queen 7. You just want to fire 45, 50k a lot of the time. Just sort of tear up equity in a nice way. 45k is the amount chosen, and as I said, Balas with King of Clubs in hand, very interesting card. Obviously some backdoor potential, 10 Jack, club, but maybe more important is how you can bluff using this King of Clubs in hand down later streets, and how it can also just be the best hand right now. Well, not one of those turn cards he would have wanted to see. Interesting now if Balaz just shuts down. Maybe more interesting to see if Camus just shuts down. I bet would be targeting the 7x to fold. Probably can't shake a queen or an ace right now. So a bet designed to fold out a 7, fold out flush draw, almost pot. And well, it's just taking the play away from Balas. Nice execution by Camus, who recognised he had a big range advantage on that board texture. Decided to just use it for the big size, really put pressure on as much of his opponent range as possible. Probably even pressurise some of the Queen X there with that size. Nicely done, sir. Bravo. And wow, look how compressed that is. All 5 players between 1 and 1.4 million, really nothing in it right now. No short stacks anymore. We're playing deep stack poker, relatively speaking. Anyway, for this stage of a tournament, we certainly are. Blinds about to go 20-40, which will mean everybody drops below the 30 big blind zone, but for a little while at least we are playing 30 big blinds plus poker with everybody at the table. Bilavsky using the 6-5 suited. Love that open. Now that everyone's a bit deeper, you can use a hand like this, gives you a bit of board coverage. Fortunately for him, Balaz has woken up with the real one here in the small blind. Likely coming for a chunky enough 3-bet, one would assume. Open was to 60. Would love to see this be at least 220. 190 is okay. Maybe offers slightly too good of a price, but you guys are getting somewhat shallow. So maybe 190 functions reasonably well. I would prefer a slightly larger rate, but I won't quibble too much. Bilavsky clearly tempted here. Does have Balas covered. 6-5 suited is a kind of pure holding in that it's board comes low. It's very unlikely you're sharing cards with your opponent. That's suitedness and connectedness. If your opponent does have a hand like Ace King or Ace Queen, you actually have about 40-42%. So it's no disaster either when you're getting a price like this. As we see, he does actually have the overpair this time. The board comes Queen, 10, 7, Rainbow, Jacks. Conscious of that 1 over card, but could pursue value against 10x and 7x. Pocket 9s, maybe pocket 8s. Decides to check though, so 3-bet pre and now a check. Obviously, Bilavsky working with that 3-card straight flush right now. Balas can be fairly confident his opponent doesn't have a queen after it went check check, so you can freely target the 10x now. Obviously, some 8x will have to call as well, as that's open-ended on one side. With the jacks, you can pursue value from a 10x or 9x holding. Also, if you do happen to be behind, got that open-ender working very beautifully for you right now. Ilavsky with a head scratcher. Good discipline from Ilavsky, deciding not to make a move. An ill-timed move. Alas, goes for the delay c-bet, gets the job done. Well, we're coming up on the 2-hour mark now, about 10 more minutes to go. Suffice to say, it has been action-packed. We've seen a fair amount of all-in showdowns. Cheeky light open here from Kulitsar with the Queen 7 suited. I like it. It's been fairly tight. Probably one of the quietest players at the table, so using that image, get a cheeky one through like that. It does pick up the dominating Queen 8 suited, but that's the Ace-Jack-Jack board with which to work. Small c-bet should get the job done here, even though 3 diamonds in Amaro's hand. Nice execution by Kulitsar, picking up a nice little pot. Amaro now slipping beneath the million mark, but going for panic here. He's actually playing relatively similar stack depths. No obvious shorty right now. 5 players remain, 5 envelopes remain in the mystery bounty. Again, shout out for Darryl Carney and his book, Mystery Bounty Strategy. So I know you can pick up on Amazon for 20 bucks today, 10 bucks for the Kindle version. If the wrinkles and nuances and little strategic adjustments that are required for mystery bounties are something you're lacking in your game and do find yourself at festivals where this format is deployed, I do recommend for a fraction of the rate pick up that book and substantially improve your chances in a format that certainly adds a few more mathematical components. As we see here, Amaro and Ilavsky squaring off. Amaro might be blind here, deciding to bet his open-ender. Ilavsky going to be sticky here with King High. Well, flush gets there and straight gets there. I don't think that's going to deter Amaro with the straight. He's going to look for value here from Jack X. 105k into 150. Interesting bluff candidate now for Ilavsky. He has the 10 of spades, which is an interesting blocker here. Blocking the straight, which actually Amaro has anyway. Blocking the flush. Doesn't use it in the end. Wouldn't have hated a bluff raise there, although in game we see it absolutely would not have worked. But just from a pure overall game theory point of view, I actually think it was an interesting holding to maybe consider bluff raising. Fortunately for him, thought better of it as Amaro, while not loving the fact that there was flush potential out there, maybe would have found a call with the straight. The lad's going to open things up here under the gun with the ace-3. 85k. Behind just gone up, or if they're still at 1530.
You fuck.
1530 is quite a chunky raise.
Not so 40.
He's going to be in the big blind next hand. And again, I want to give some credit here to our dealers. No matter who's been in that seat, cards been dealt very, very quickly, keeping the action moving. Credit to our players too, who are not interested in any gratuitous tanking or Hollywooding. Very happy to just get on with it. King 6 of spades, Kamakamas, a fine open. Remember, under the gun is the hijack. So we're just playing late position poker now. And raise and take it. Never a bad outcome.
Later, you see it, and later another guy. I left that guy with 16.
Well, Maro, certainly one of the most animated players we've seen. Had a, let's call it, very minor altercation with the dealer 15 or 20 minutes ago. Now seems to be gesticulating to the floor. Not exactly sure what it's all about. Certainly seems vexed. Unvexed is Ilavsky here, more than happy to deploy some soldiers with the ace-jack off in the cutoff. Very three-bettable ace-2 of diamonds here for Kulitsar. Might look to lean into this potentially light open of Ilavsky. A little surprised to just see the call here. Thought we were going to see a 3-bet. There's a baby's board, 7-6-3. Hard to see back this one if you're Ilavsky. Backdoor diamonds, okay, maybe more so your board texture as the flatter than the opener, but don't think so. I'll check to you though, and the question now is, do you fire? Board pairing 6 on the turn, and Ilavsky going to do a bit of equity denial here, conscious that there will be some Broadway combos, king queens, king jacks, 10 jacks, queen 10 suited, that kind of stuff out here. Conscious that the pocket pairs would almost certainly have bet the flop in position, so feeling pretty good about the ace jack, I would say, right now. Ace queen would surely have raised pre, so okay, you could be up against better hand sometimes. You can probably block or check. You could block one more time here for 50k and try and get called by the ace 10 or ace 9. But I think check's been pretty reasonable and checks through. Happy to pick it up here with the ace jack. No harm, no foul. Interesting to see what he would have done against a bet there, the ace 2 suited. Obviously thinking, had a little bit of showdown. 5-handed here in the Bratislava Festival Mystery Bounty 100k guarantee. 10k mystery bounties up for grabs in this one. One of those remain. There's 5 left. Kamikamis. Looks like he's going to limp in here in a small blind, set the trap. Oh, interesting now. Amaro with an ace. About to fall into said trap. Roughly a million effective here. And Kamikamis goes for the limp shove. Oh, and Amaro needs to take his time here. Construct a limp shoving range for Kamikamis. Could be some weaker ace X. Could be some small pocket pairs. Often like to proceed in this fashion. Could be some Broadway stuff. King Jacks. Queen Jacks, that kind of stuff too. But a lot of stuff that dominates the ace 2. And I think that's the important part. Small pairs dominating it in one way and bigger aces dominating it the other. Good fold there from Amaro. Laz nerdled his way up to 1.5 million now, as those rather condensed stacks have concertinaed out somewhat. Running suited in the big blind, more than enough kit to defend. Backdoors galore for both players here. Lavsky in the big blind's got straight and flush backdoors. Kamikamis with the 1 over and just flush backdoors. Actually, sorry, got a little hint of straight backdoors as well. The bad end. I like this c-bet from Kamikamis in position, and actually the kind of hand you could consider raising. Ilavsky used the double backdoors, represent that king, put pressure on everything but a king really. Sides are just flat and not quite sure what he's after here, starting without much of a plan. Maybe he was going to lead on some cards. Strong likelihood it does go check here, and then maybe the door will be open for Ilavsky to pull the trigger on a bluff, but also reasonable for Kamikamis to keep firing. Obviously second barrel puts pressure on all the 6x, all the 3x, and that is what he did. Now in the end his opponent was sort of out of position, floating him. Slightly funky line from Ilavsky, kind of line that would work against a player who would shut down a lot. If you are up against somebody who's likely to continue to pounce on that king high texture, maybe you don't have the right kind of villain for a nuanced play such as the out of position float, see if it goes check and then look to bluff river line. You see a little illustration of just how aggressive these guys have been. Balaz now not a tempter here. 5-3 off. Gets pinned. Amaro though with the A7. 21 bigs. Gets involved. Real hand here in the big blind, Fulasar. Does he just send it in? 20 bigs. Hope his opponent has some ace calls that he dominates. Looks like that is his desired route. And Amaro now with a somewhat awkward hand. I think he needs to find the fold here, not just because I can see the card, but actually I think if you're using the ace in this way, you probably need to raise fold it. Doesn't work great as an induce. Sure, there will be some Broadway stuff that does this to you. There might even be some inferior aces that do it to you, but I suppose a crucial question to ask is who covers who in this spot. They do seem to be quite similar in stacks. I think Amaro is just about covered, but like by a hair's breadth, maybe by a small blind. Good fold in the end. Amaro happy to raise that one up on the button, bet his blocker, and then sort of fold to resistance in the form of a shove. Well played from both. Ace 5 suited, always a pretty one here. Blind be blind. Looks like he's going for the limp shove line off 25, the one we saw a moment ago, deployed by small blind. The last just checks back. And we go check on King 7, 6, 2 spades. Open ender now for Balas. I think he needs to bet this. Queen high can be good sometimes, but you can also maybe start getting folds from some 7x and 6x. Does just take a showdown with Queen high. That's pretty reasonable overall, I think.
I know it. yeah, fuck her, but you're moving to run and you get in some fresh air.
Same temperature here. Doesn't make any difference.
Listen, this guy and I, we're gonna get you and yeah. Look at it. He's too annoying.
Certainly feels like Amaro's got the rowdiest rail.
He's the only way. He's the only way to win about my almost.
As he heads over to the rail after mucking his hand under the gun. Anyway, for Ilavsky to open the cutoff with the King 6 suited, and it looks like Ilavsky is going to defend the King 6 suited, so yes, very likely in these situations that both players miss and advantage player with the betting lead Although that won't be the case here because Balas with the king six of clubs has flopped 2 clubs. Bielawski with backdoor diamonds does go check check and 8 of hearts on the turn. Balas will feel as though his opponent has some showdown, probably ace high most of the time when he takes this line, and does pounce 75k and getting it done. Nice pickup from Balas.
You take a minute here, a minute there, you know? Minute here, minute there.
Well, Amaro spending just as much time off the table as on right now. Trying to keep morale high with his rail.
No, he tenido una amarilla ahí, he perdido un par de fichas y tal. Esto quedan 23 para descanso, sí.
Battling the blinds this time. Jack 6. A little pesky. Sometimes want to go raise with these low card, high card kind of combos. Limp seems reasonable as well. Too strong to fold, so yeah, I like the decision to raise here. I think this is good. I want to take some of the junkier stuff that's hard to play. Nice thing about raising a hand like this is you do get some better 6x and jack x to fold. You certainly don't get the king jack to fold though, and actually I think it'll just get sent. Yeah, Martin Amaro pouncing upon that 3x open, using the king jack nicely. Picking up 4.5 bigs there without showdown. Nice outcome for him. And not far away from the break now. Still 5 players in this Bratislava Poker Festival Mystery Bounty. We have seen the elimination of 4 in the first 2 hours. Will we see a 5th one now, right before the end of the frame? Oh, interesting spot here. Maro very quickly folds the ace-9 suited. So, interesting there that Kamakaris just happened to send the queen-jack on the button. Sort of 24 bigs effective. I don't know if Amar wants to cool himself down too much. He is running hot right now. Chips moving in the right direction this past orbit or so. Similarly peaking here is Balas with the ace-3. Action round. 2 of Atlas are blind again. Ilevsky. 23 bigs. 6-5 off. Probably limps in. Pulsar with the 9-10 probably checks behind. So similar stacks these two, playing 22, 23 bigs effective. Jack 10-9 rainbow. 10-9 way out front. I don't think Ilowski can start repping much here. He hasn't defined his opponent's range at all, but I still don't feel like he can bet this texture. He decides he can though. Sorry, it was Colasar who switched bet his bottom two. I like that decision. So we did get a quick check from 6-5. And a quick check fold.
Got it. Te podías hacer un fino ya. Ahora en 16 minutos te vas haciendo un fino. Va, mi colega. Buen chico.
So a cagey passage of play. Noteworthy that we're starting to see these guys perhaps consider the money spots maybe a little bit more so than the remaining bounties. Obviously, with that 10k bounty still up for grabs, almost like an equivalent prize pool is off to the side. Another battle of the blinds here. Colasar Balas this time. Queen 7 versus 5-3. The raise and take it. For those of you tuning in late, my name is David Lappin, and I'll be taking you through the action on quite a few final tables this week from the Card Casino Bratislava. This is the Bratislava Poker Festival, much anticipated festival, $500,000 guarantee €700 buy-in main event, which is already underway. Day one's motion. Day 1A saw 11 players make it through a field of 40. I think maybe 80 or 90 players showed up for 1B, which is still out there somewhere on the outer tables, and 1C is underway too, so flights galore for the big one. For these guys, it's going to have to be late registration into 1C today, because they have the much more important business of this final table right now. Amaro off just north of 20 big is going to min raise this one. Queen Jack. Looks like Balas has made speculative enough flat here with the Jack 8 off, and could get himself into trouble because of it. That brought in Kaimakanis in the big blind here with Ace 8 off. Well, Ace 8 off's got a good shot and over. Amaro, the pre-flop aggressor, has got top pair, decent kicker, some backdoors to boot, and Balas is in trouble here. He's got top pair and a gut shot. It was a speculative call pre, but now it feels a mandatory call. Could be sending good money after bad here. I think that was raising chips from Balas. Yeah, 315. Like, it makes life a bit difficult for Amaro. Obviously, straight possibilities, 2-pair combos out there too, but it's a wet board. Could be a flush draw sometimes. He's not really meant to fold top pair in this spot, but clearly doesn't love it right now. Kicker is okay, but probably not meaningful. Just trying to figure out how often his opponent might have a Queen 10 or 2 spades. Probably doesn't think inferior Jack X would raise. They would be more likely to be in the calling range. So actually a really tough spot here. Lets it go, makes a big fold, and Balas gets away with a little bit of larceny, it must be said. Went for an informational bet with his Jack, shows it. kind of a weird one. A mergey sort of raised there with top pair and a not great kicker that did give him a gutter. He manages to get the jack with the, you know, middle-ish kicker off his hand. I can understand why. It was a very tough situation there for Amaro, must be said. But an unusual line from Balaz. Sort of backed into a good way of playing it to win the hand, but not sure I like the line overall. Back with the blinds now, 9-5 suited. Jack 7. Gonna play a limp pot here. Maro now short. 15 bigs just. Bottom pair backdoors for Kamakamas. Probably fires out a little probe bet. I don't think Amaro can be sticky here. He's got 2 overs to second pair. He's got some backdoors, but this would seem a little optimistic. So let it go.
Y un sueño. Esta con menos si me he venido muy arriba, chiquitinavi. Al igual.
Goes round to the button, and Kamakamas with 1.3 million now, and Queen 8 not quite qualifying. I do feel like the Queen 9 would probably have opened that one, so cuspy enough. Queen 8 I think can get involved, but it is rock bottom. Perhaps the fact that he would have opened up into the 20 big blind and 14 big blind stacks, very reshovable, assisting the decision to fold the Queen X on the button, which would have flopped very nicely here on Queen Jack 5. 2 diamonds. As it is, no connection whatsoever for these two guys. First one to sneeze at this pot wins. And Amaro tires a little limp stab, gets the job done. Certainly seems to be one of the more active players, more willing to put chips into the pot. Probe. Was a bit unlucky not to have a commanding chip lead early on. Instead now finds himself grinding this 5-person sitting go of sorts out as we take a look at the final payouts. 14k up top, obviously the 10k mystery bounty pretty significant, more than second place. At the moment these guys guaranteed just over 3k, so very much in the hunt for the 14. That's what it's all about right now. Top 2 and that one big bounty are the tasty morsels left. And Amaro getting after it here with the King 9. Love to see it on the button. Gonna raise this one up. I think Ilavsky can just send this with 6s.
That's all
I don't think you want to get fancy about how you play a hand like this. I think you just want to lock it down.
Sure? I'm sure.
And Martin Amaro has got to let this one go. He's back to 15 bigs again.
15 y un sueño, mix otra vez.
these guys all putting in a fairly big stint here, 2 hours and 20 without a break. Final table action, always a test of endurance. Oh, look at this. Camus on the gun. Finds a very openable ace-10, but runs into the Django's of Martin Amaro. 15 big blinds. Close one for Camus. Very close one. I think he'll probably find the fold, but this is damn close. The shove is for 15 bigs. You've got to call off 520 into a pot of 1.3. Quick bit of gorilla math on that. Probably needs just over 30%.
Va, Kingos.
He has made the call.
Sí, hombre, celebrar luego.
Here we go.
No te preocupes, si está el barco dentro, imagínate.
Wow. So far, so good for Martin Amaro and his Django's. Not much to write home about here for Camus, who will be left at 650k here, unless he can find an ace, in which case he will rocket into first place. Not to be, and Martin Amaro manages to get the big double up, 1.3 million. His roller coaster ride continues. Spinning up early, then taking a body blow, and now making quite the recovery. 1.3 million, probably good for second place right now. Camus decided the ace-10 was going to be up against enough, maybe king jacks, king queens to justify the raise call there. Certainly borderline, certainly cuspy. I don't think you can blame him making that call, but it's not printing money. Maybe the bounty factor adding just enough sweetener to the pot, drag those trips over the line.
De ver Raquel. Pues 1,2 millones más caídas, ¿no? 1,3 millones.
Still 20-40 here. The last 1.9 million has been very neat and tidy about his business, just edging his way into a chip lead at this final table. 14k up top in this one. Blindy blind here, shoving the king 8, going to get the fold from the jack 10. And now for the first time a player has 2 million chips at this final table. Sizable chip lead now. The other 4 all playing catch up. Somewhat frustratingly for Balaz though, no mystery bounties at this final table. I'm sure he's picked up 1 or 2 along the way, but just the way the cards have fallen, the way the chips have gone, he has managed to accumulate very neat and tidily, but never finding that knockout blow. One of his competitors. Pocket scores here for Lavsky. Don't hate a fold, if I'm honest. Raising is okay, but definitely a tricky enough one to play. And this is why not blocking some of the 3 bets that could come from behind. Ace Jack, 24 bigs, might just send it here, or maybe finds a small size. maybe a little clicky to 200 kind of bet, 220, 210, something like that is kind of sexy. 180, look at that, a very clicky one. Laying a great price for these fours. Now, somewhat bloated pot here, 360k. 460k now. That extra 100 in, and wow, Ilavsky flops the set and can play possum here against his opponent to 3-bet. Virtually certain of getting one more bet on this Queen 4 deuce texture. I think we're going to see a down bet of around 120k. Just want to sell that you're hanging on with pocket sevens right now. Make a slightly tanky call. Keep your opponent interested. Keep them thinking that big turn barrel could work. We see that it absolutely won't. Now, spades do come in on the turn. It's a little bit annoying for Ilavsky, not just because occasionally he will be overtaken or his opponent will have some equity, but actually much more because it's a scare card. Decides instead, rather than give a free look at a potential spade and an action killer, he's just going to try and shut the hand down here with a shove. Obviously the ace-jack with an easy decision. Not sure I love that line, to be honest. I don't think we're supposed to have too many shoves there. But you can still understand what he was trying to achieve with the bet. Hoping for a drier turn card, I think we would have certainly seen another check and hope that the second barrel came in, but when that board got a little wetter, he decided, actually I'd like to be done with this one now. And even when we leave the game tree and things move ever so slightly away from game theory options, it's always important to consider the metagame aspects, the dynamics, and maybe just like what the objective of some bets are, even if they're not bets you would expect. If they're contra flow, if they're, you know, quote unquote not recommended, but they'll almost certainly always have an objective in mind, and I think that's what's really important to ascertain as a player. The objective of this shove with nines is to get called by worse or pick up these blinds and antes. Laz has the kind of hand that could take a shot, but I don't like it in the cutoff. I think if he's completing the action here, maybe small blind or big blind, I think isolating here is fine. Oh, sorry, it's actually just an open from the nines. Apologies, guys, I thought he sent it, in which case I certainly would have preferred to see the fours fold. As played, nines open, fours flat, and now tens have an interesting spot. Tens just send it.
So you're not getting anyone.
Nines will be a willing customer. Fours get out of the way. Great outcome here for Ivlasky. He's going to be over 2 million if the tens can do a hold. Those are at risk here with the nines. Penalty on the line too, remember. So far, so good for Ilavsky.
Make sure this guy doesn't get the 10k, please. Make it sure, buddy.
Well, come on. That will be that for Pulitzer, who bids a fond farewell to this final table. A great run, finishing in 5th place. Ilavsky on his way to our bingo ball machine. I think we might be on break here, but maybe just before we leave for the break we might take a look at the mystery bounty draw. I'm going to hold off just for a moment in case that's what we do. These guys are going to go on, I presume, a 15-minute break, but maybe, just maybe, we'll see that draw. See if he's pulled a 10k. There are 5 envelopes left, so 20% chance of finding the big one. Well, doesn't appear that we're doing it. Oh, there we go. Spin that wheel. Comes pink number something. Over he goes. I'm actually not sure if we're going to get to see it because he has no reason to come back. He's on break now. So we might see him pull the envelope and then maybe we'll know from his reaction. Does he look happy? Does he look sad? All will be revealed after this break, guys. 13 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Put on the kettle, don't go anywhere. I think it's going to be a fast one. I think it's going to go bish bash bosh in the next hour. You won't want to miss the action. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back to the Bratislava Poker Festival Mystery Bounty Tournament. The €500 buy-in tournament. A 100k guarantee. One 10k bounty, I think, still in play. I don't think it was picked up after the last hand. We are four-handed now. Local man Tibor Balas in the box seat right now, as is Martin Ilavsky, another Slovakian. So, good night so far for the local boys. $14k up top in this one, plus that 10k mystery bounty at stake. We look to crown a champion here in our first televised final table of the festival. There was a small opener event already. The main event is well underway. In fact, Flight 1C has already begun. Flight 1A and 1B combined, generating about 130 players so far. We expect the numbers to funnel in as we get towards the end of the week. See a couple of very small skirmishes here in the early going. Open here from Ilavsky. The big blind of Martin Amaro, who has been one of our loosest and most aggressive players, it must be said. He's been on a bit of a roller coaster ride on this final table. He's been chip leader, he's been one of the short stacks. Defends his big blind with the ace-8 suited. I like this line. I don't think you want to 3-bet this one versus cut off this particular stack. Quite like just calling. Going to be sticky on some boards here. 7, 5, 3, 2 clubs, jack of clubs, 9 of hearts in hand for Ilavsky. So some backdoor potential with the overcards. Definitely reason enough to fire a bet here. 65 into 280. So roughly a quarter pot. Just trying to clear out some pesky sort of holdings here. Might get a queen high or a king high to fold. Ace-8 is an interesting holding here. Facing this sizing, you might need to put your big boy pants on and call for the 65k just as a part of a minimum defense frequency. You don't really want the king highs and queen highs to get you to pitch a hand like that. I think he's probably meant to make the call there, but it's always going to be awkward to proceed, and obviously the Jack-9 had some backdoors and some maybe plans of larceny on later streets, so it's hard to realise, but for 65k I think you probably have to find the call with ace high. You're kind of under repped as well by having ace high in the big blind there. Nonetheless, we won't be overly critical about a spot such as that. It is pretty marginal. Amaro now blindly blind 7-8, looking to limp in here. Play a small one, 5-3. Interesting one. Could definitely consider a raise. Obviously prefers to check it back in this instance, play a small one. Oh, and would you believe it? 4-3-3. Pretty close to a gin flop for Ilavsky. And Martin Amaro's going to come out betting. Dreamy situation here to just flat call. Try and make it look like you're hanging on with the 4. And then allow your opponent, who is aggressive, to fire out some bluffs. Very interesting now with Martin Amaro target a 4x. Come out betting again. I feel like he might be that kind of player. Remember the 5-6, the 5-7s all have to call as well. So I guess you're beating them, but then you're opening the door for them to bluff you. He does actually wave the white flag in the end. I can't see him continuing in this hand once he checks. Certainly could have considered a second barrel, but no way. After he checks, can he continue? Amaro chips down, ever so slightly. McAllis. Presumably going to let this one go. Indeed he does. And we have another battle of the blinds here. Ilavsky with 5s. These guys are deep though. This is a all Slovakian confrontation. Does just limp in. And Balas no interest with the 8 deuce off here. Does have position. Could find some ways to win. Ilavsky staring at 2 overcards. Might just fire out a Tiddler. A little bit of equity denial. For the 2 overcard hands particularly. Like that. Does the job. I'm going to say I really like the tombola in the context of a mystery bounty. I think one of the great fears in world poker these days is how susceptible a mystery bounty is to, you know, collusion of some sort, and how, you know, just obviously organizers want to be seen as being above reproach. And I think introducing a tombola aspect is exactly the right amount of randomization that you want as a player to feel really secure in the fact that there isn't a marked envelope or a heated up ball or whatever way people have surmised the tricks could be in a tournament such as this. If you want a squeaky clean image, I think tombola is what it's all about. I think it's exactly the right kind of randomization that's right there in front of everybody. So great to see it being deployed in this context. Speaking of deployment, here comes Kamikamis with some defense. Decided to limp call, or even defend I should say, but quickly give up on the Queen A3 board. Amaro, undeterred by a whole lot of nothing on that board, just decides to fire the c-bet anyway and gets the job done. Bit of relief there. Probably couldn't have fired out too many shells. Always nice when the first one works. So he's staying very competitive, the Spaniard, in the context of what has been a topsy-turvy evening of poker for him. Ilashki sends King 2 into the muck here, making way for his countryman Balas, who I think opened up the 9-8 on the button a few orbits ago, so one would presume we're going to see the same machinations.
Really hard this one.
110k, and that will get the job done. Great to see such a high standard of poker at this Bratislava Poker Festival Mystery Bounty final table. Bodes well for a weekend of entertaining final tables. We're really just warming up right now. There's going to be some PLO action. There's going to be some high roller action. We're of course going to cover the main event as well. Licking our lips with anticipation of what will be a great celebration of poker in the Slovakian capital. The Irish will be out in force, of course. Plenty of Austrians in the mix. They just live 45 minutes down the road. The Viennese. So we see another blind v blind battle. There's been plenty of these tonight. Amaro now in the small, checking over with the bottom pair to Ilashki, who will take a stab with the 10 Jack Queen backdoor potential. Goes check call to a min Bedden. Mentioned that backdoor there, it is starting to materialize. Open ender now for Ilashki, who really part of the consistent plan has to be to bet this street now. Put max pressure on a 7x and a 10x, and you can have definitely some Queen X and King X that would barrel twice. Nicely done from Ilashki, recognizing the right cards. Continue the story. And again, good standard here, it must be said. Really have very little to criticize about what these players have been doing. I think it's been very high level stuff overall, as we see 5th place Kolosar, who was just a hand before the break, taking home 3,400. Next player out will get just north of 4k, but 14k up top is what it's really about. And of course, 1 in 4 chance of picking up the big mystery bounty. Remember, if you win the tournament, you obviously have to have bust the last player and you get to keep your own bounty. So if you win the tournament from here, you have a 50-50 chance of picking up that 10k bounty. So probably just to go about your business thinking along those lines, unless a particularly nice situation presents itself against a short stack. Well, Kamikamis with the ace queen suited in the cutoff, more than happy to ship it in here for 11.5 bigs. Ilashki, who has the chips to spare, the chip leader right now, thinking about that sort of, implied 3k-ish equity in the mystery bounty. There's a 10k one left and 3 small ones. Maybe there's about 12k left in that pool. So each bounty worth 3 grand. 3 grand is about 3 starting stacks right now, roughly. No, I'm sorry, it's 6 starting stacks right now. So you're probably in your mind then adding another 180k to the pot, chips wise, to try and gorilla math your situation. Anyway, the King 9 definitely did not qualify, and I think it was a good fold in the end. Marrow. Definitely got a rail there. Seems to be interacting with a couple of people. Definitely the most likely player to pop up and off the table after a hand. Go to that rail. We see Lavsky with a mystery hand in the mystery bounty, opening it up on the button. Balaz with King Jack here could definitely go either way. Flat seems reasonable, 3-bet seems more than reasonable. Balance, I think I prefer the 3-bet. So he's gone for the flat. Oh, and look at this, lurking behind Kamikamis. He's got 12 bigs and a lovely hand, ace queen. Certainly going to squeeze shove this one. Don't know if Balas can actually make this call. It's probably quite close if it gets around to him. We don't know what Ilavsky has, so maybe he has more than enough kit to call. Oh, I have to say I'm really surprised by this. Kamikamis with the dream squeeze spot. Ace queen over a button open and small blind call. Really surprised this didn't get into the middle right away. He's obviously flopped superbly well. May well get another bet out of somebody here and may well make more chips for taking this line, but I still think it just has to go in. You get called by a lot worse hands you dominate, who have that bounty in mind as well. Ilavsky does fire out the continuation bet, and actually your hand is almost so strong you could call. You could call and maybe just like rep a 5 and like almost give your opponent enough rope to get you off that. It's a strange one because again I think this hand should have been in there already, and he's probably regretting it not being in there because he's flopped so well and he probably would have got the full double, but he may yet get the double. Stack to pot ratio is only 0.7 to 1. I think if Lavsky has a spade in hand, he's probably got to go with this. It's very hard to think what your opponent might have. You're thinking to yourself, ace queen and king queen would have reshipped pre, so, and the queens with the worst kickers probably wanted to just get it in on the flop because they had more to worry about. So this is a funky little hand. One feels now Kamikami's going to have to do his own betting. It does look like he might have a flush draw as played that got in. So one wonders if he's sort of played it back to front and won't get value as a consequence. Ilavsky could be sitting there with a hand like pocket eights, kind of in the blender, not sure what to do. Could also have just been firing a bet with absolutely nothing on the flop. Pretty reasonable. We'll never know because we don't know his hand, but either way, that was a strange decision by Kamikamis not to just stick it in pre-flop. Ace Queen is such a big hand when there's mystery bounties about. Still worth 3k in equity. You're gonna get called by a lot worse. I think he gets called by the King Jack, for example, if he does get a fold from the original raiser, just because of that extra factor. So it's such a premium hand. I am surprised. In any case, he decided to take a more navigational route, and it still worked out. Maybe less profitably, but it still worked out. Lavsky now 2.3 million to the good. Sides, he's switching gears here. 7-4 suited qualifies, up it goes, gets folds from all better hands. Great outcome, and I think a gear change such as that from Ilavsky will reap rewards long term. May occasionally run into it, may occasionally get trapped, but actually I think on balance that's a really good approach, and that's the way he should be going about his business right now. just trying to lean on these guys. They've all got a little bit of ICM to worry about. He covers everybody for the bounties. They can't get his bounty, and at the same time, it's a spot where they're looking to ladder, and he's looking to take advantage of that. Nicely played. Nice gear change. So you see Balas fold the 10 deuce. Battle of the blinds shall commence. Amaro going to limp in here with the 9-7. Playing 16 bigs right now. No, he's not. I'm sorry. I fully expected a limp in. He's actually raised it up with the 9-7. A little bit cheeky, a little bit different. Fortunate in this instance to run into the 9-4 that he gets the fold from, but that does smack of a raise size that won't get a huge amount of folds. Obviously it gets the fold from the really raggedy stuff, but it won't get a lot of folds and actually just bloats pots where you're out of position. Okay, yes, you have the betting lead, but not sure I love that raise with 9-7. I think you want to maybe raise some worse hands as bluffs and obviously some better ones. I think 9-7 more neatly fits into a limping range. Remember, you are going to have a very interestingly split range in that situation where you'll limp your very strong and your medium strong, and then you'll have another range where you raise your very weak and you're still happy to, you know, play a bigger pot. Oh, hello, speaking of being willing to play a bigger pot, pocket aces now for Ilavsky, whose image is definitely one of somebody who has got a bit friskier, and he is setting the trap. So the king 3 opens up from Amaro on the button. Just a smooth call from Ilavsky. That will bring Balas in. They're going 3 ways. Ilavsky very under-repped here, playing possum right now. This could get very interesting if somebody flops top pair. Well, Martin Amaro has flopped virtually nothing, and it's a pretty wet board. I don't think we'll see a c-bet from him on this texture. Balas has the more interesting hand in terms of giving Ilavsky a customer. But also, Ilavsky won't love this texture. He does have the ace of clubs in hand, which is somewhat more comforting. That is no longer a comfort to him as the board gets even more textured. He's going to do some betting of his own, and we know Balas will come along because he's got third pair and open ender. 185 shouldn't scare him away. He's got his equity in lots of different places. Could actually be massively ahead against a Jack X. Doesn't have a pair. Amaro gets out of the way, and we go to a very interesting river between these two big stacks. Board pairing 10 probably means both players somewhat happy with their holding. Balas may be willing to call a small bet here. I like to see a blocker from Ilavsky. He's not going to love the 10. It could mean he's been overtook, but much more likely he's targeting Queen X here, and may even get called by 9X. 240 is a nice size. Maybe if Balas can piece this together and think to himself, even if he is on the draw, what Jack X don't also have a pair here that call in the small blind? He's going to be in with Jack 10, Jack 9 as well, maybe suited, Queen Jack, King Jack. All of those hands beat him. So actually when he pieces it together, he might realise that his 9 is shriveled up quite badly against the 2 barrel. The turn and river barrel. He won't be expecting aces, but his opponent could have pocket 6s. Maybe 6s raised to get it in against the shorter stack button. It's reasonable to have maybe 6s in there some frequency, but much more likely to have Broadway stuff. And he's not really beating any Broadway stuff now, Jack 9 anymore. I think he can piece this one together. Figure that he's up against a Queen, or maybe a 10, or maybe a King Jack. Never bets this size with an 8-9. So you're not even getting a chop. Don't love that call when you really work it out. I understand the curiosity, and fair play to Ilavsky. He did play his hand very trappily, and he gets some reward for that. But on balance, I think Balaz, I almost feel like he figured it out, but then was still curious. It was like he'd run through the combinatorics and realised that there wasn't much, but then just still wanted to see it. Well, it might seem like a medium-sized, not particularly consequential pop, but that was actually quite a meaningful 1.2 million or whatever it was in the middle. Because he's taken chips from his fellow countryman Balas and basically pulled away from everybody now. Really in the box seat is Ilashki. Amaro, as we see there, just 800k. Ilashki, 3 million now, crossing that particular milestone. Just raising with impunity now into two players who sort of have to wake up with a hand now. Everyone's sort of in a race for second. It's a pure spot. 3 players with about 17 or 18 bigs, and you're sitting there with 60 bigs, half the chips in play, more than half the chips in play. It's a beautiful situation. 9-7, Kawakami does defend, manages to outflop the 10-9, which will virtually certainly see bet here. Does have some interaction backdoor wise, spades and straight type of thing. Kawakami can't be loving things because he's forced into a defense mode here where he can't raise it up. Gonna have to just call with the 9-7, lay a turn. Great turn for the 9-7. Doesn't have to see a Broadway card. Lashki hits the brakes. Oh, and that might get him into a bit of trouble. Kawakami has a hand that can certainly pursue value on his own. He may also decide to check it over and induce. Doesn't look like Ilashki's too strong. Presumably he would have faced a second barrel from the Ace-X. Decides to do his own betting and kind of blockers it like he would maybe a 7. Gets value from the 10-9 as it happens. Important little pickup there. Every pot important, but if you can just pull away from the other 2 shorter stacks ever so slightly, it can take the pressure off a little, make them feel like they're in a duet for the wooden spoon. Look at this, just going to open up the world now. Jack 8 off, good enough. He's just going to lean on these guys, understands the dynamics now, understands that yes, okay, while he might have to, you know, navigate some boards, be played back at, lose the odd one back, it's just going to work out quite nicely if he just continues to put the foot down, move into 5th gear, take advantage of the fact that these guys have to edge pass versus each other. They basically have to surrender chips to him. He's allowed open so much wider and they actually have to call tighter. A gap has opened up in that respect that just allows him to be abusive. So we see Kawakami's 24 bigs. That was that crucial moment where he just pulled ever so slightly clear of the other 2. The last now with the real one, Jacks. Looking to induce here, more than enough short-handed, opening in the cutoff, gonna raise and be pretty happy to get it in against any further action. Quick folds, and we are around to Ilashki, who is going to defend the 10-9-0, which he absolutely should. Is this an opportunity for Balash to win some chips back? Certainly could do on this board. 1 overcard, obviously Won't be super deterring. I think we'll see it go check back call. Exercise of around about 100k here. Trying to drag the 10x and the 4x into the equation. 85k, I love it. Just have Jack of Diamonds in hand for a little bit of useful backdoor stuff as well. It doesn't materialise in that respect, and an overcard, but not one that I think he's going to be too worried about. I think Balas will be thinking to himself, I think Ilavsky might have played back at me free with a lot of ace-x, so I don't think he's hanging in there with that, and maybe, just maybe, you can go for an advanced blocker yourself here. Bet as if you have the ace, the queen will only be able to call, and then you can check back rivers, hoping that your opponent had a 10 that you got some more value from, but also setting your own price in case he is a queen. And then of course, if you do improve on the river to with a king and you make a straight, you can bet again. So it's kind of one of those spots where you can go for the advanced blocker, should work, shouldn't get raised hardly ever. Remember, you're blocking the king jack pretty badly here. You get some value from 10x, you might even get some value from diamonds or a 4x that has, you know, a gutter or maybe a king 4 still in there. Good fold from the 10-9. Recognizing that with the dynamics, Balaz probably playing a little bit more honestly, a little bit more straightforward, less likely to bluff that card. And we see, well, it was kind of a bluff, it was kind of a mergy bet. He didn't have the ace or even the queen, but I really like that bet from Balaz. Actually, it does have a lot of utility. Sets his own price against the queen, still pursues value against diamonds, and some 10x that do get sticky. I guess the 10x that have a gutter would definitely have to be sticky. Nicely played from both again. High standard here. Not surprised with all the poker we see in Bratislava. It's a hotbed. Obviously Vienna just over the border. Very, very good players in Vienna. People make the trip. And then of course, people from all over, Spaniards, Greek. Plenty of people make the journey to this beautiful city for poker. Good standard overall. So we see Kamakaimis with the pocket queens. Martin Amaro more than happy to go with the 10, ace 10 behind him. Needs help now. Badly needs help. Well, he needed a 9 against the ace queen earlier with the ace 9, and the dealer was kind. This time he needs an ace. Oh, and there it is! Is it written in the stars for Martin Amaro today as he finds these 3 outers? Doesn't really change anything here. Oh, it does now!
No, ya lo voy a jugar si quieres. Usted la cuarta. Así es,
Martin Amaro voting up impenetrably on the turn. And sometimes it's your day. Ace 9 beating ace queen, ace 10 beating queens. With the wind at your back and you're spiking these 3 outers. Right back in the mix now. Kamakaimis taking a body blow. Definitely our shortest stack after that one. He would have been hoping for the queen's holding in to go up and pull that 10k bounty from our tombola and be 3-handed with a very good chance of winning this. Instead, he's got 10 bigs. He is our short stack with just 10 big blinds, facing 20 bigs, 30 bigs, and a very big stack. It's going to be an uphill climb from here. Well, the resurgent Amaro now under the gun. Quick fold. Ilavsky, well, he's going to try and small ball this one. Understanding the 10-11 big blind stack there in the big blind. He's already committed one big, so actually probably down to 10 bigs now. Just limps in. Kamakamis knuckles back and is in the lead, but unlikely to win this one. I think a stab from Ilavsky will get the job done. Hard to hang on here with the gutter.
55.
Fair play. He's going to hang on with the gutter. Knows that he's ahead of some of this sort of suited, connected stuff. Can Ilavsky find the second barrel? No. Quickly pumps brakes. Clubs come in, which is one of the likelier things. Does Ilavsky take a stab here? No, I think he doesn't, and I think that's probably wise. Fair play to Kamakamis for being sticky with the jack, understanding that it was kind of nut no pair type of thing, and had a way to improve to a nuts. A lesser man would give up on that flop, and it's well done, showing the right amount of stickiness, showing good fighting heart here with his back to the wall. Just 11 bigs a moment ago, picked up a few there, might be back up to 14 bigs or so in the small blind. No foregone conclusions in this game. As much as you'd have to make the man with the chips favourite, Ilavsky is playing very well. This could all turn around in the blink of an eye. Well, King Jack more than qualifies. Keeping the pressure on. VPIP going through the roof right now. Ilavsky basically opening every unopened pot when it gets to him. And Kamakamis is probably just going to send this with sevens, understanding that Ilavsky's been at it quite a bit. Amaro surely not tempted by this ace-5. Is there any world where he thinks Ilavsky's opening super wide? Kamakamis could be in there with some Broadway stuff. I think it would be very optimistic. And now it's a close one. Ilavsky must be very conscious of his own image, that he's been so loose that actually King Jack is quite high up, and to fold King Jack when such a big gap exists between your raise and call offs, I'm not actually sure that's correct. King Jack might have to be a call there for 13 bigs against a Reese shove. Not that you're relishing it, but when you have this sort of VPIP 100 sort of reputation right now, King Jack's actually pretty high up. Pretty close, I think. Surprised he didn't consider that one for longer, particularly with the bounty, remember. Yeah, one feels like it could have been a call, actually. Your opponent could definitely be doing it with obviously small pairs where you're in good shape, and then even some Queen Jack suited, Queen 10 suited, Jack 10 suited stuff will be in there too, maybe. So possibly enough to send the King Jack into the middle for such a good price. Anyway, on to the next hand we go. But something that maybe Ilavsky will have to be a bit more conscious of. If he is going to open quite so wide, he has to defend those opens with the wider range as well. Let's presume the other guys are adjusting. Oh, an interesting flop here. Ilavsky, top pair bad kicker. Martin Amaro, who limped in, open ender. He's also got the only diamond in hand. I presume this is going to go that call. Sure, you want to bloat this one, the top pair, even in a blind v blind situation. I like the call. Let's take a turn. Nice blanky turn. Although we are very wide range against very wide range here in a limped blind v blind. Amaro going to turn up the heat here. Quite like this actually. Puts pressure on the 9x and 10x if he goes a big bet. Oh, he doesn't go a big bet. He goes a blocker size, trying to buy his own price to draw. Actually would have liked to see a bigger bet there from Amaro. While this one is a sort of a holding bet and keeps in everything. Oh, and allows him to get there to the bad end, remember. There's always the problem when he hits the jack rather than the 6. Doesn't know if he's good, but has to bet as if he's targeting 2 pair now. He's got to go for something in the region of 40% maybe. Look to get called by a jack 9. Maybe a 10 jack. Oh. So instead maybe deciding he's going to try and bluff and juice. So maybe the guy who hung on with a 9 is going to now turn his hand into a bluff. The guy who hung on with small diamonds is going to bluff. Very thin value bet from Ilavsky's. That's a strange one. That's a very strange bet. Ilavsky very much overvaluing top pair on that 4-liner and being rightly punished for it. Kind of got the gift of not having to face a decision on river. Could easily check back. Expected to be good at a fair amount, but very hard to get called by worse. Really big misstep there from Ilavsky. Don't like that. Well played to the Spaniard, who obviously knew his customer. Took a bluff and juice line on river. Ended up inducing a excruciatingly wafer thin value bet that really shouldn't have been pursuing value at any price, let alone that price. So a little spewy there from Ilavsky. I wonder if that misstep will loom in his mind as we continue the back and forth here. All 4 of these guys worthy of the win, it must be said. All battled heartily. And very much wetting the whistle for me and the audience to savor what I think is going to be a really entertaining weekend of poker coming up. We're only in the warm-up stages of this festival. This is the first TV final table. It's been a good standard. It's not over yet. Remember, main event day 1C is underway and still late regible if you're in the room, I think.
A race.
1B I think is still in process but not regible. They're well into their day, and 1A bagged up last night. 11, I believe, was the 40 players. So looking at something like a third of the field progressing each day. So good structure here. We're well away from the money if that's the number progressing. These guys probably won't burst a bubble until halfway through day 2 in the main, which really does speak to the excellent structure here for a $700 buy-in. $500,000 guaranteed, remember. So 700 and some players required. Of course, Friday and weekend flights likely to attract the bigger numbers. Balaz drops the hammer on that pot. Nice spot, picking up chips, 1.4 million now. I'm hearing word now that Darryl Kearney is actually bagging up in the main event, so I'm guessing he went for a patented late reg into 1B rather than jumping into 1C, and as a consequence spun up a little bit and managed to find a bag. There is a decent chance that he will be joining us in the commentary booth, which would be excellent. Always love to hear his insights, particularly in a format in which he specializes. Satellites being the obvious one, but Mystery Bounty, he is also the man who wrote the book on that one. see battle of these admittedly ace-x. Lavsky has been raising with impunity now. Remember, he had 3 million not long ago, a few missteps, been dragged back to 1.7 now. Very much a contest between all these players. Look, there we see Amaro has 1.7 and Balas 1.3. That's making the call here. It's getting a bit tippy-tappy. Interesting to see who emerges victorious from this battle of the medium aces. Oh, and an interesting board. 4-3 deuce, both with the wheel draw. Scarily for Balas though, that ace-6. If it does pink the 5, we'll have superior straight. Also the backdoor flush possibility for Lavsky, but at the moment the 7 plays. My goodness, would you believe it? The 5 comes off here. This is absolutely catastrophic for Balaz, who must be fearing the worst. His opponent obviously can have an ace and he's chopping, but if he has the 6, he's in trouble. Can't fold on this street. Makes the call, and unless a 6 rolls off here on the river, catastrophe for Balaz, who's likely to lose quite a bit of chips here. If Ilashki can size this just right, he's got to think to himself, okay, my opponent flatted on the button. He could definitely have some middling aces. This is dreamy. I have to target the ace-x here. You don't want to target anything else. Okay, if your opponent has like 8s or 9s, he probably won't call one more bet. So you think to yourself, okay, I have to try and get the max out of an ace. What will it pay? And I think it might pay close to pot. I think you can go big here. I think you can bet 1.2x pot. Certainly pot. Let's see what size Ilavsky has chosen. Gets the snap call. Absolutely gutted is Balaz. Gets completely blindsided. 550 is a nice size, not quite pot, but pretty close. The fact that he gets snap called probably means he could have got a little bit more. But regardless, very well played from Ilavsky. Very unlucky for Balaz there, who I don't think could have done anything differently. So annoying when you feel like you're calling for a chop a lot. Not to say that Ilavsky couldn't have found some bluffs there. I think they really could have, but like, it's just a bit of a cold deck, to be honest. On we go now. Balaz, our short stack, ace deuce. Oh, it's a tricky one here. 9 bigs. You might just send it, to be honest. You don't love life sending this hand into the middle. You probably have to, with the big blind ante about to get your next hand, and he is going to run into it. Look at this. Martin Amaro going for the isolation here. 1.7 million all in, and Ilavsky lurking behind with the 6s. I don't think can make the call here. Somewhat annoying. We love to have a pair, but I think maybe 9s becomes the point where it's tempting. Don't think 6 is tempting enough. You're going to think about it. Remember, amazing spot Ilavsky. He covers both, can pick up both bounties and go heads up with a huge chip lead. Figures that he's well ahead of Balaz's range. Just, is he ahead of Martin Amaro's? Martin Amaro could certainly have 4s or 5s, but that's kind of it. Everything else is a flip or worse. I like the fold on balance, even though we see that it would have been a great spot. I actually really like the fold. Amaro gets to take this bounty potentially with his ace-8 and hold against the ace-deuce. Amaro has been a wrecking ball when he's been dominated. Can he now hold when ahead? Well, there are some opportunities, but so far so good. Wants to see some low cards.
We're ahead.
Okay, so this is going to chop an awful lot now. Both players with equal opportunity to hit their card. It's a 2 versus an 8, or they chop.
Bring me up.
Chop. Oh. Bear in mind here, the pocket sixes would have done the double KO. We would be heads up. 2 bounties would be in the back pocket. But on balance, it was the right decision. Pocket sixes too murky in that spot. Don't want to be results oriented. Don't want to let those ideas creep into our mind. In the end, these guys chop up the blinds and on we go, four-handed. Kamikami's gonna open things up here with the Queen 9 of clubs. And the last gonna get sticky here with a king. At least it looks that way. Doing a bit of arithmetic here. Obviously chop that last pot, trying to figure out what exactly he has left. Does decide to let it go there. Keep that big blind for a rainy day. Obviously wants to maximize fold equity in the next orbit. It is somewhat murky to flat the King X that could be dominated, but at the same time, as you get shorter, really the game is flop some equity and go with it. Tricky spot. I don't hate the fold. I think it's a pretty close one. There is some ICM here, remember, as well. We see there that Balat is shorter. Kamikami's a little bit further ahead, and then the two guys, Amaro and Ilavsky, do have some comfort. Amaro now under the gun. I think we'll probably let a King 8 go. Maybe King 9 is the line. Ilavsky knows no lines. He has been absolutely rampant. Gone from 3 million down to 1.7 with a couple of missteps, but then back up now to 2.7. And I feel like he's going to open this one all day. Might limp in. We saw him kind of shift gears with a limp at one point, and that is what he's going to do. So consistent, at least when there's a shorter stack player in the blind, does like to employ a limping strategy. I don't hate that. I think it's got a lot of merit, in fact. And wow, absolutely brilliant spot for him now. Ilavsky having limped in as flop top pair, and his opponent has a raggedy middle pair that will have to get sticky here. Can't just let him have it for one bet. Maybe can't even let him have it for 2 bets. We'll have to see how this one runs out. Kamikami's dragged kicking and screaming into this pot by virtue of it being limped into his big blind. Now has to play 9-4 out of position. Board gets dirty and wet. Ilavsky probably not going to worry too much about the heart. Probably his opponent check shoves. 2 heart combos that almost certainly have something else going on with them, whether it be overcards or gutters or whatever. So I think could probably proceed with an advanced blocker here. Target the 9x, target the inferior 10s for exactly this size. Great fold by Kamikami's, recognizing that that board was just getting really, really miserable and it's going to be very hard to hang on. As I said, drag kicking and screaming into that pot by virtue of being limped into a big blind. You know, you never want to play 9-4 out of position, but suddenly you have to. A reminder to any latecomers, we are here in the Slovakian capital for the Bratislava Poker Festival 2024. Kicked off yesterday. We had an opening event, we had a flight to the main event. Today things have heated up now with the mystery bounty coming to its denouement, while 2 more flights of the main event take place. Strong Irish contingent arriving today and tomorrow. Going to add to the numbers here for what is sure to be a phenomenal festival of poker. 700 plus runners expected for the main event, and some jam-packed sides as well, with some higher buy-in stuff too, and PLO in the mix. There is also talk that we may have a cash game stream at some point as well. We'll let you know as the week progresses, but do keep tabs on this channel. Smash that subscribe button, you'll get notified when any streams begin. Give us a like if you don't mind as well, and just generally be aware on social media what's going on, because there will be final tables, there will be some main event action. We haven't fully decided on the running order of anything yet. A little bit of a moving feast, but rest assured, when you get that notification, there will be some high octane action here in Bratislava. We see high octane action here on the felt. Balaz deciding Jack 9's good enough under the gun. Again, similar predicament to the one he was in last orbit with the ace deuce. He's just got to find a spot before these blinds and antes gobble him up. Quarter of a stack was about to go in next hand, so he's decided enough is enough. And now Amaro considering a gambly spot here with 7-8 suited. Remember, one of the big bounties still in play. That's got to be looming in his mind. He lets it go and hands the spot over to Ilavsky, who can call pretty wide here and does with the queen 10. I like the call, understands the dynamics, understands that Balaz can be in here with worse, or at least a hand that the queen 10 is very competitive against. As it turns out, he's actually ahead right now and could provide a knockout blow to his countryman. We've seen some bad beats already at Showdown. Here we go one more time. Can Balaz overcome the queen 10 of Ilavsky? Doesn't look like it's gonna. Down to just 8% as the queen 6-3 rolls off. He does have backdoor diamonds and backdoor straight possibilities. Can one of those materialize? He is drawing dead on that card. And we say goodbye to Balaz, who got very, very unlucky, it must be said there, just a few hands ago. Straight versus straight. He had the dominating ace, but the ace-6 managed to pip him with the 6 high straight when they made the wheel. Yeah, pretty unlucky spot. Over Iflashki goes to spin our tombola one more time. We say goodbye to Balaz, who for a little time was our chip leader in this tournament. He's going to have to make do with a little over 4k. Out comes the ball of destiny, corresponding to an envelope over on the outer table. Away he goes to, hopefully for his sake, pluck the 5-figure 10k envelope. If he doesn't, well, it's one of the last 3 remaining ones then, and suddenly this tournament becomes a lot more top heavy when you think that the overall winner will take away 2 of the 3 remaining bounties.
Okay.
He does draw the small one, I believe. A few hundred, I think we shouted 400 maybe was declared, so.
Shit happens, bro. You can bite me twice now, or him. He might be kicked the first one. Yeah. I win my chop.
The boy's asking for confirmation. He's got a few in there. He did pull the 10k one earlier. He pulled the 400 one this time. So here we go. Ivlashki in a great spot now with the chip lead. Will be looking to knock out the 2 remaining players if possible. Give himself a 100% chance of pulling that 10k. If he does so. Ilashki limping in here with the 8-5. I can't imagine Kamikami's with just 9 bigs back here going to do anything other than check behind. What a dreamy board here for Ilashki. Top 2, absolutely nothing for Kamikami's. He does decide to check, throw a little bit of rope out. Okay, well a third heart does give Kamikami's some hope, but not a lot and not enough. So the rich get richer here. 3.6 million now for Ilashki of the 5 or so million in play, maybe north of 5. Well, a raggedy collection of hands there, as we see it limped in by Ilashki, who is greedy right now. He's greedy and he's hungry for all of these bounties. Limping into the big blind of Martin Amaro and has a board he's going to represent for sure. Ilashki is going to have this checked over to him almost always. And what can Amaro do with 7 high but stick it in the muck? So being rewarded for staying active even with these ugly holdings, just doesn't want to let up the pressure right now. Clearly it is almost like he wants to be blocking their opportunities to clash because he doesn't want that bounty to go astray. I think in this situation you want to be hungry for all of it. Yes, you want to win the tournament, 14k up top, but that 10k bonus is absolutely massive right now. And if you can knock out the third place player and close this one out, you know you win it. Effectively becomes like 25k up top. You also want to chip away at both of these guys who are trying to outlast each other. You can create a situation where one of them gets a bit shorter, in this case Martin Amaro. If you can take a dent out of him and push him into the sub 15 zone, Kamikamis and him can almost like battle away for second place. As we see there, 5,900 all guaranteed, 8,800 for second and 14k up top. So you want to try and create that race for second if you can. They have to edge past constantly.
Race.
You can really lean into Martin Amaro in particular here, and the chip leader. While Kamikamis plays a bit of defense and cockroaches. Amaro, it's a bit of a disaster if he goes out next, so this is why we're seeing a bit of tippy-tappy poker right now. Martin Amaro does open this one up with the ace-8 on the button. And look at this, Ilashki makes the call with the 7-3 of clubs, understanding that he can maybe just start representing some awkward textures. And that's enough to bring Kamikamis in for a menage a trois here. He's only got 320 behind, so just 3/4 pot. If he flops some equity, it's going in for Kamikamis here for sure. Backdoor flush is not enough equity for him. Actually, Ilashki's got the best hand right now and may lead out with bottom pair and some backdoor potential. Just wants to probe into these guys, pressurize them. What's kind of cool about this is if Kamikamis folds, which he does, Martin Amaro has to come with a pretty honest response. Well, he's going to make the call. One feels like Amaro is on to what Ilashki is up to, but at the same time, maybe assuming he's up to these tricks with no pair. He's actually ahead right now with bottom pair. And Amaro is going to try and just represent some stuff here on this Queen 9-10 texture. Aggressively plops in what I assume is a half pot or so bet. Yeah, just south of half pot, and it gets the job done. Ivlachki almost got a little bit too cute there. It was read like a book, it must be said, by Amaro, who had good instincts. As I am very pleased to welcome, by the way, and I did sort of offer a little foreshadowing of this earlier. Darrow Carney, the man who wrote the book on Mystery Bounties, I believe, has joined us in the commentary booth. Well, maybe having some technical difficulties with Darren's mic. I will keep you abreast of that in a moment. But let's keep an eye on the action here, because Ilashki actually has a real hand, raising it up with the ace king, 220k here, and Amaro playing back with the jack 6 suited. Dreamy board here for Ilashki. Backdoor spades to go with the gutter for Amaro. Maybe we'll call one. He realizes how light his opponent can be in this spot, and he's going to call one in this spot. Feels like 75k is the right price, but no, he does let it go. Okay. Interesting decision there. Did feel like we were going to have, given the dynamics in the last hand and given how much he was onto him, I did feel as though Amaro was going to provide some more heroics there, but Kami's now on the button, very conscious of the fact that the blinds and antes are going to take 40% of a stack the next hand.
Hello, hello.
Oh, and there we have Darrow Carney. Darrow Carney has joined us, I believe, having just bagged up a stack in the main event. An excellent day's work, Dara. Interesting raise here from Amaro, who obviously is getting greedy now about that bounty for himself. Some real dynamics afoot here, as he's kind of opening up into a player who has no folds really, given how much of a stack is going to be in, so sort of stealing the bounty taking opportunity, probably knowing that he's got a like average to slightly below average hand. They are going to go to showdown here. 550 in the middle, but maybe more crucially, that bounty, a 1 in 3 shot at the 10k. Well, there is a 10, but there is a queen. So Kamikami's About an 80-20 here. Backdoor diamond possible as well. Ooh, and there is a diamond. Now it's 70-30 in Kamikami's favour. A little bit sweaty, but does manage to hold. Double up there. So mixed feelings, I'm sure, in a way for Ilashki, because he'll want that bounty for himself, but also it's nice to just get heads up and kind of, you know, lock in that extra bit of cash. It's a strange dynamic when there is such a big prize, that big bounty, still in the mix, and you do have a 33% chance of nabbing it right here and now. Amaro was keen to take that spot, steal that spot off his opponent to go after the short stack, and it worked out, but didn't manage to beat him at showdown.
Come in.
Lavsky, 3.7 million, really in a good spot now when you consider that Amaro has now been nipped back by 5 or so bigs in that pot. Again, trying to create that race for second situation. And one wonders if he may limp in this Jack 5 suited, trying to almost like dance with these guys right now. Does limp in, and Kamikaimish with 8 bigs, King 3 suited, may realise that his opponent is limping pretty much sort of half his range sort of spot, and pounce on this with the King 3. Now in the end he just completes, and Amaro will also complete. So they're getting into these little weird tippy-tappy three-way pots where nobody has a whole lot of anything, but well, I think we're headed for showdown here. Martin Amaro, Milavsky, both with the jack. Well, actually both will be wary of the 8. Maybe it will be just a skirmish. This will chop a lot after all. Yeah, probably hard to see a winner emerge from this one. A jack. Ace Jack would actually provide victory. Oh, would you believe it? Amaro has. Well, it doesn't make a difference, because actually it's a disaster for him. He makes 3 pairs, but actually gives Ilashki the victory because the 5 plays. It's pretty sick what's just happened here. So unlikely. Has to be the deuce 3 or 4.
Oh yeah, 5. Triple pair. You're right.
Pretty sick run out. When you consider on the flop, they are very, very likely to chop there. And for the second time, I will give a barnstorming, tub-thumping welcome to my Chip Race co-host, fellow Unibet ambassador, but great friend as well, and roommate while we were in Vegas all last week. Darrow Carney, author of the book Mystery Bounty Strategy. You're here for the endgame of the Mystery Bounty.
Hi David, I hope you can hear me and I'm not too loud or anything, because I'm operating the machinery here myself.
No better man to wing it here. No, your volume coming in loud and clear. Perfect.
Excellent. So we're down to 3 and I see we have a runaway chip leader.
We have a runaway chip leader, and we have a very interesting dynamic where there is still one of the 10k bounties at stake.
Oh,
so
wow.
Not wanting to deprive himself of an opportunity of getting it. A very feisty middle stack right now in Amaro, who's not really let the big stack run the show, if you like, because he still wants to get that 33% chance of a 10k, which is actually more than second place.
And tell me, are there 2 bounties left or 3? Because I've seen cases where the last person standing just gets the bounty, the person they knocked out, not 2 bounties.
If you agree to make
Well, actually, I don't know the answer to that. I have been presuming that there are 3 bounties left and not 2, but I didn't even think of that wrinkle. So maybe you're right about that. In which case, it's even more important.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fairly standard in Irish Poker Tour events that they don't put a bounty on the head of the winner. They just get the bounty for the person they knock out in second. I remember Ramona having to explain several times to people that even though there was 22 left and there was a bounty for everybody, there was only 21 bounties.
Gotcha. Well, in that case, all my talk of 33% chance is actually 50%, so even more reason why Amaro's lines have been justified while he's still trying to attack the short stack, even though it put him in quite a vulnerable position to being re-attacked by the big stack, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. With the big bounty in play, it's obviously a huge part of their equity. I imagine it's much more than the difference between third and second, so that 50% is probably... it's probably vital. It's actually a very good innovation that Fintan Gavin came up with, holding back one big bounty to the final table, because as you know, David, from having played mystery bounties, it can be a real buzzkill when the big bounty goes, and it can kind of devalue the final table.
Absolutely, and deprive us of this very unique mystery bounty dynamic which we've had since 5 left, which is this one has been lingering and has been a very important part of the equation. We were looking at maybe like 1k and 1500 euro ladder jumps for 6th to 5th to 4th, where that 10k you had a like 1 in 5 shot of getting that. Really doubles the ladder effectively if you could be the 1 in absence. So now that it's still in play with 3 left, and if you're right, and you probably are right because you would know this tour better than I, that it's a 50-50 shot. It's so important because the next ladder jump is just 2.5 grand.
Yeah, it would be absolutely massive. I mean, it's massive either way, but if there's only 2 bounties left, then yeah, your equity in that is your most important equity.
Yeah. So you can absolutely understand why Amaro has played the way he has, sort of in the stereotypically handcuffed position of second with a reasonable stack, with a very short stack and a very big stack. He's actually not played like a handcuffed person. He's played like he understands his extra dynamic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ilavsky just getting to drop the hammer now on poor old Kamakaimis, who is certainly going to take any spot presented to him. He had a funky one earlier where he only flatted an ace-queen rather than squeezing it, which I didn't love. So that showed me that he was still looking to kind of navigate maybe spots that you should just force your equity, frankly. But I think now that he's this short, he understands that it's all in or fold.
Yeah, particularly in a mystery bounty, you don't really want to be playing too cautiously. Unlike most tournaments where like in a normal tournament, the bottom of your stack is worth more than the top. Your last chips are your most valuable. But in a mystery bounty, or in any kind of bounty, that kind of gets stood on its head. You want to cover people so you can compete for the bounties.
Absolutely. Well, at the moment, Ilavsky just really getting greedy. He's got 2 players incredibly short. He wants to knock them both out, obviously. He's created a race for second. They're trying to outlast each other, but one of them covers the other. So that's the interesting factor we've got here. Kamakaimis, obviously, with the 7-8, is going to let this one go. But it's getting pretty dicey now. I think we might be looking at a 5 big blind game.
Yeah, he's so short as well that the chip leader can pretty much call him off with any 2. And even Amaro, given how big the bounty is, either of these players probably...
Amaro's got to probably... If he gets it in first, Amaro's probably just got to get it in behind and take
absolutely. Yeah, I think he has an any 2 call against the shorty, and I think the chip leader has an any 2 call against either player.
And it's also not a disaster that if in the end of the day the chip leader does do the double knockout, he at least gets second as a kind of booby prize.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have an all in here from the small blind, and the chip leader, he actually folded there. I guess he's going to get so many good spots, he just doesn't have to take them all.
Yeah, I suppose in that spot he's conscious of the fact that, you know, when he shoves the next hand into Amaro's big blind, if the small blind folds, Amaro kind of can't call with anything really.
Yeah.
It's very, very hard.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
there's
calling it off with raggedy stuff didn't seem necessary there.
yeah, there's an interesting mix here of ICM and bounty considerations for all the players. The chip leader, who's normally meant to be very aggressive, can be even more aggressive because of the bounties. The short stacks have to be a little bit more aggressive than they normally would be.
And here's Amaro trying to steal the spot here on the button. Doesn't want to let the chip leader get in there first and shove into the short stack, so he goes with it.
It
Looks like Ilavsky might have a tempting one. King 5 suited, Dara, do you go with this?
Probably
Knowing
do
what
to.
Amaro is at here.
Yeah, I probably do, to be honest. Like, he's very unlucky to be dominated, and you can see even when he's dominated, like, he's not dead.
So now Kamakaim is happy to sit this one out. And
Oh, yeah,
maybe
very
get the
much so.
ladder jump.
Yeah, he's either getting a ladder or the big bounty will still be in play. So
Sweaty one.
yeah, this is
A lot
going.
of chops.
Yeah, this is going to chop a lot of the time now, unless one of them hits their card. Well, that's
Spades, giving Amaro a pathway to victory.
yeah.
Spade. Do it one time.
That
Chop,
would be a
chop
shot.
it up.
Now the button moves round to Ilavsky, who I presume is any two cards, to be honest.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if he shoves, because the small blind has to go super wide, and then the big blind has to go super wide. They both might have any two calls given the bounty situation.
Oh wow, it looks like we might be on a break, Dara.
Yeah.
But just at the moment where both of us are really interested in the dynamic, we're going to have to take 10 minutes. These guys are going to go away, and we'll be back with you shortly, guys. Do stay tuned. I think it's going to go very, very fast, to be honest. A very warm welcome back to Bratislava for the Bratislava Poker Festival. We're here in the Card Casino Club and we are down to 3 players in this mystery bounty. €500 buy-in, 100k guarantee, still a 10k bounty on the table. Would you believe it? My name is David Lappin. I am alongside Dara O'Carney, who I hope is with me after that break. He, in fairness, is just off a plane to Las Vegas, as am I. So we were doing our exercises here, weren't we, Dara?
Yeah, we were. I was doing jumping jacks, and you said you were jogging on the spot to stay awake. Hopefully, we won't fall asleep. That would be rather an anticlimax for anybody listening. But we have a situation here where the short stack has moved all in, or actually the big stack moved all in, and the short stack has called it off. I'm a little bit surprised the other stack isn't involved, given the bounty situation.
No, I agree with you. The Spaniard really needed to get involved in this spot to try and pick up that bounty and not give a free chance to double up for Kamikamis, and also to give himself a shot at the bounty, more importantly. Anyway, as played, Kamikamis in big trouble here, has been eliminated. And an interesting moment for both players now as our chip leader heads over to our bingo tombola to get now. Dara, can you see 2 balls or 3?
I think I only see 2, but I'm not 100% sure. I guess we'll
okay.
I see on.
I'm not sure.
I think I still see. I'm not sure actually.
There's definitely 1, and there could be the mirror image of that 1 or a second one. We're not
That's
sure.
true, yeah.
But regardless, we do have a sweat here, and it's a sweat that you can see our non-all-in player, our heads-up player, is very much sweating just as much.
Yeah, absolutely, because he's overwhelming favourite to win the bounty now. He's either 100%, 50%, or 66%, I think.
Yeah, like it's going to be a big comeback if he does manage a comeback to get these last 2 or 1 bounties. We don't know what number it is.
Yeah.
But he wants that shot.
Absolutely.
He wants to be able to do that for a 24k payday and not a 14k payday. It's quite the swing here. Essentially, the value of his remaining stack will double.
Yeah, I'm just looking at a message from Vinton earlier at the start of the final table. I presume the final table started 9-handed, right?
Correct.
And at that stage there were 9 bounties still in play, so I guess there's still 2 bounties.
Okay, so well, that is a bit more interesting then, that it was only a 1 in 3 shot of pulling it now.
Yeah.
We spy Ray Wheatley getting in the mix there in some side event.
Yeah, Ray bagged up.
Ray
bagged up yesterday, and when I was coming into the booth, he was playing the satellite for the 1K tomorrow. There's a 1-day 1K tomorrow.
Okay. Here we go, the lads are back. How good at body language reading are you? He looks happy.
Can I sit in here so we can see each other?
Oh no, he pulled the 500, Dara.
He's pulled the 500. That's yeah.
So it's in play.
So the 10k is still in play, which makes this heads up absolutely massive now.
Yeah, by my calculations, it's a sub 1k bounty and a 10k bounty left. So add that on to the prize pool difference, which is about 5k the difference between first and second. So really, we're not playing a 5k heads up. We're actually playing a 16k heads up now.
Yeah, that's pretty sick, and there's no ICM of course heads up, so the short stack can just take any profitable spot.
Begging for a deal.
Yeah, I think the chip disparity here is about 6 to 1.
Yeah,
So
well, we've all lost those. We've all lost those, yeah. As we see Jerry Fitzgerald, the cameraman, coming in to capture the moment.
Now, Dara, while we have a little moment before the guys get stuck into each other here, I couldn't help but notice in our break that there was an advertisement for a London repeat. so good they're going back apparently. Can you tell us a bit about the London stop of this festival series and tell us why they're going back?
Yeah, the first stop on this series was actually back in January, London, and I actually ended up in the final table of the Mystery Bounty there. The event itself was a huge success, so I'm not surprised they're going again at the end of August. Unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to make it myself because I've already qualified for EPT Barcelona, which clashes with it. But I'm sure that will be an amazing event. You've played in Aspers too, if I remember correctly. We played the very last Unibet event just before COVID in Aspers.
Gosh, when you think back, it was literally in the days before the COVID lockdowns. There was actually talk at that event that we might have to get out of the country quicker than we thought because they were literally about to start lockdowns and people were getting their last flights to wherever they were from. God, it seems like a long time ago now, but yeah, the last Unibet UK Tour event was in that casino, and actually was a great event. It was a great festival. It's a lovely poker room. I actually really like the fact that it's in a big shopping centre because you've loads of food options. And then of course, Dara, if you'll recall, when we simul-busted the main event and knew we were going to go back and fire another bullet in the evening flight, we just have time to go to the movies.
That's right, yeah, I do remember. I actually very much like that shopping centre. Aspers is in a great location, and
yeah,
it is a great place to play. It was a unique event because we all knew it was going to be our last event for a while. It was clear the lockdowns were about to start, and all the talk at the tables was, yeah, this is our last hurrah. All in here.
Here we go.
Not
Maro
surprising.
wasting no time here with just 6 bigs or 7 bigs maybe. 7 bigs, yeah.
Yeah, this is close because unless he's dominated, he's pretty much always got the price. You can see there he's actually 47% even though he's behind right now. So
I think he's
going to make a
flick
call.
this in.
Here we go. It's pretty much a flip.
So yeah, more of a flip than Ace, King and Queens.
Yeah, we call Ace, King and Queens a flip, but the Queens is 56-57% depending on the suits. And this is actually closer. But the Queen high is still
looking good for the double up here. Maro, so far so good. He's up to 75% now.
If he doubles up, it's game on. And now he will double unless it's an 8 or a 6. $10 for a chop. Oh, and it's all over. Oh, wow. What a river.
Well, Amaro flicked it in there with the Queen 3, got called by the 8-6 of Ivlashki. Well, he's taken out most of the players on this final table, it must be said. A very worthy winner. Ivlashki, I think maybe picked up 6 or 7 bounties along the way, and of course he's going to pick up the big one, the 10k one that's in there alongside the smaller one. For a very big payday, first place in this one, 14,000 Dara, but he picked up both 10k bounties and another heap of bounties to go with it. So he's probably turned this tournament into like a, I want to say, 40k win, which is astonishing when you think the prize pool was only about 99, 100k.
Yeah, that can happen when you have a big chip leader. I remember the Mystery Bounty, which I actually final tabled as well in the Intercontinental in Dublin last year. Thomas Murphy, who won the event, actually took most of the bounties as well, so ended up with the lion's share of the prize pool, as the winner here has done as well.
Well done, guys. Well done.
Extraordinary. If this was a vanilla tournament, you would have expected first prize to be around about a quarter of the prize pool. But actually, because of this wrinkle, because of this unique feature of the Mystery Bounty, and he obviously was taking people out by the roots all day, he's actually managed to take home 40% of the prize pool, which is astonishing stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, you can get that in Mystery Bounties, which is one of the reasons why a lot of people like to play them. You can actually win you can get a really big payday in, for a relatively modest buy-in.
Well, look, on that note, these guys are going to go away and probably have a celebratory beverage or two. As far as I know, we are in the midst of getting set up for a cash game, Dara. I think there's going to be a KK-sponsored cash game in the next half an hour or so. So if you guys want to come back then, keep an eye, subscribe if you can, and you will be notified when that stream begins.